Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Judy note, the EBS global activation was expected within the next 48 hours via President Trump and JFK Jr. joint address from Jerusalem, a biblical moment. 2 American patriots returning the Holy Land to sovereignty under God. It was rumored that President Trump, Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, was headed to Israel, and they would take command of the Temple Mount, reclaiming it for God's true followers. Trump saw it as the end of the great fight and said, "Every move was ours from the start, scripted to expose the Zionist cabal's grip on humanity." In a Simpsons cartoon series, they predicted that on Wednesday, March 18, 2026, Trump would become King of Israel. A little creepy, don't you think? After all, Trump and the Q movement have always promoted that Israel would be last in this great war of good against evil. Believe it? Only time and release of the EBS military broadcasts will tell. We do know that at least since the Biden so-called inauguration, we've been watching a movie. Along with their scripted actors or clones, it's hard to tell anymore whether the scenario with Trump in the Holy Land was part of a play acting. We also know that Trump's military was winning the war with Iran, a country that for years has been building up their nuclear power while shouting death to America. And we actually have paid protesters here in America who were against Trump and what is he doing to save America and what he is doing to save America. Then there's that scenario just a few days ago when it was reported that Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested. A Special Forces military unit was said to have raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gitmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal, was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason. Child trafficking and crimes against humanity. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. Now, we know the original Hillary was taken on 9/11/2017, I think. So this must be a clone or something. It's part of the pantomime. Yet way back in September 2021. Possible timing. Judy note, no one knows the date of the beginning of the days of darkness, where the new Starlink satellite system, which already has complete control of mainstream media satellites, will take over TV, radio, and internet programming for 10 to 12 days. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation. No one knows when those foreign currency and bondholders in Tier 4B will receive notification to make exchange and redemption appointments. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation, with a back date of the first week in April. On Sunday, May 17th, Trump has called for a national day of prayer, which will launch a 49-day season to Saturday, July 4th, when restoration of the constitutional republic will be celebrated and invoked by Sunday, July 5th, 2026. Global currency reset. Judy note, no one knows when those foreign currency and bondholders in Tier 4B will receive notification to make exchange and redemption appointments. We only know that it will be very soon and in line with MedVet activation, with a back date of the first week in April. Monday, March 16th, EBS activation. Everything is set to go. Each citizen will receive texts, emails to push notifications, a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status, and access to the Citizens Owned Sovereign Fund dashboard. We are just days away from the global financial reset we've all been preparing for. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Judy note, we've been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide, telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at an RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Monday, March 16th, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent reignites the gold standard debate. Gold can't have a budget deficit. Gold can't start a war. Monday, March 16th, just in. Trump demands emergency Fed action. Cut interest rates now. Even a third grader knows it. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one commander-in-chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Monday, March 16th, Dubai is burning, and the whole world just told Trump no. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. This morning, an Iranian drone hit a fuel tank next to Dubai International Airport. Flights stopped, smoke over the skyline. The busiest airport in the Middle East shut down. Hours later, Fujairah oil port hit again. Saudi Arabia intercepted 37 drones in one day. Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar all under attack. The entire Gulf is on fire. Trump demanded 7 countries send warships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Every single one said no. UK said no. NATO said no. Australia said no. Japan said no. China said Hormuz belongs to Iran. Trump's response? We will remember. But here's what nobody's asking. Why would every Western ally refuse to help the most powerful military on earth secure the world's most important oil route? Unless they know something. unless they know this war isn't about oil. It isn't about Hormuz. It isn't about nuclear weapons. It's about what's underneath Isfahan. It's about the names in the Epstein files. It's about the $9.7 trillion that moved through the Federal Reserve with no audit. They're not refusing because they can't help. They're refusing because if Trump wins this, their system dies too. Every government that said no today has the same banks, the same donors, the same names in the same files. Falling crown doesn't stop at Tehran. Dubai is burning. The world said no, and Trump said he'll remember. He will share this. The real news for Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Monday, March 16th, breaking news, Trump hits Iran hard. Oil war explodes, young Americans divided. Economy under fire, March 16th, AMG News. Monday, March 16th, Trump demands Judge Boasberg be removed. Corrupt, crooked, out of control. He's got TDS. Impeach Boasberg. Trump detonates a deep state.
Cuba suffered a nationwide power outage yesterday after its entire electrical grid collapsed, leaving millions without electricity in the latest sign of a deepening energy crisis. Charlie, is it going to spread?
Well, this is all part of the distraction. We're going to get distractions from Cuba. We're going to get distractions from Taiwan. We're getting distractions from Israel. We're getting distractions from Iran. We've had distractions in Ukraine. We've had distractions in Venezuela. This will continue. It's all distractions as the old system is being collapsed. Whether you like it or not, it's being collapsed in plain sight. And I've said for many years now that the light is exposing the darkness. And we're now watching a movie, I call it a pantomime, to show what's really happening in the world. And I'll give you one example of what's happening in the world right now in America. Amy Coney Barrett has suddenly, along with John Roberts, have published they've filed their expenses for the year. And what this has done is exposed the bribes that they've been paid by the Soros Foundation. And they're not small, they're huge. But they haven't come in as bribes. They've come in as gifts, which, I'll be honest with you, made me laugh. Because when I was moving money around the world 30 years ago, we used to use the term gift because it avoided any questions. They're using the same playbook today as we were using 30 years ago so that people wouldn't think. But of course, the world's caught up. They know what a gift is. It's a bribe. It's a backhander.
Government fraud. Monday, March 16th, U.S. government Trump bans fraud task force. Monday, March 16th, $1 million grant from DHS to Minnesota public schools to prevent drug abuse was spent on Somali programs. Isn't that just wonderful? One of the fraudsters involved husband also stole $5 million from taxpayers in a separate scheme. The grant was spent on Somali Youth Soccer League. Money from the grant was funneled into an NGO, after-school programming, and youth engagement events. The district planned to allocate $120,000 to 6 local cultural specific organizations. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Monday, March 16th, the city of Los Angeles bought a Ramada Inn for $10.2 million to house homeless. Since then, they started sending money to an NGO to take over the project. Sounds like money laundering to me. It's now sat vacant for 4 years and $20 million has been spent, meant to house only 32 people. Yeah, where'd the rest of the money go? Kickbacks. No work being done. Money laundering. For years, neighbors say construction has been slow. Where are the workers? Where's the urgency? For almost 4 years, the property has sat unfinished. Why does it take so long and such a waste of money? There's nothing to even show for it. Trump signs Obama arrest order after the former president declared a former foreign enemy. JAG tribunals ignite, Washington, D.C. The storm is officially upon us. Monday, March 16th at 12 o'clock. GMT, TV, radio, internet, rerouted for 10 days of darkness. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials. Judy note, you were advised to prepare for 10 days of communication darkness, including bank and ATM closures, while Trump's global military alliance made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state elites across the world. The Illuminati deep state cabal crimes of money laundering, pedophilia, blackmail. Sunday, March 15th. Project Constitution just discovered a leaked phone call on the DOJ website that allegedly shows Erica Kirk managing girls for Jeffrey Epstein. The more you do, the more you get paid. He says it has been independently verified and is undeniably Erica Kirk's voice. Sunday, March 15th, Larry Silverstein had breakfast in the North Tower every single day except on 9/11. Coincidentally, that's the day the towers were brought down. All coincidentally, both his son and daughter were running late to work, and morning were not in the towers when they fell. Also, triple coincidentally, Silverstein collected billions from insurance he recently bought on the Twin Towers before they were attacked, the largest insurance settlement in history. Sunday, March 15th, Archbishop Carlo Maria Vigano, who spoke out about child trafficking, stolen elections, and global elites, was summoned to the Vatican for excommunication and silenced. If the world knew what they hide, governments would collapse. Sunday, March 15th, Senator Ron Johnson on Face the Nation. It's official. Senate Democrats exposed for keeping DHS shut down amid terror threats. CBS reports highlights Senator Mark Warner and other Democrats maintaining the DHS shutdown despite growing security risks and chaotic TSA lines. Critics call for Republicans to bypass the Democrats and Chuck Schumer by eliminating the filibuster to reopen DHS and protect American safety. Sunday, March 15th, because of the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide, banks not Basel III compliant were closing doors, sealed at midnight, assets frozen, executives vanishing into military custody. No statement, no explanation. Sunday, March 15th, Trump's global military alliance have breached underground vaults where trillions were hidden. Gold and securities seized from the corrupt Rothschild-Rockefeller networks, which have stolen the people's monies since 1913. The gold was now under control of the new U.S. Treasury to back the global currency reset and be given back to the people from which it was stolen. Nothing's going on? That's because the mainstream media won't report it. In March 2026 alone, President Trump has declared the restoration of the new sovereign American Republic under common law. No more admiralty law or unfair debt. Activated the gold asset-backed global currency reset and returned 209 countries of the world to the gold standard, thereby closing all banks not Basel III compliant. Declared worldwide activation of the Nassara and Jassara laws as the great debt wipeout begins. Dissolved the privately owned by corrupt bankers, Fiat Currency Inc., Bank of London, and Vatican Bank. Transferred the once privately owned Federal Reserve to be under the sovereign government of America's new U.S. Treasury. In the process of changing the Internal Revenue Service into the External Revenue Service. No more income tax. The government will now function only on monies from tariffs and a 14% flat tax on new items bought only, with none on food, medicine, used homes, or cars, thereby returning taxpayer monies back under control of the people. Trump's global military alliance has arrested, tried in a military tribunal, and convicted former U.S. President Bill and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton of treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, sentencing them both to hang. Avoided a nuclear World War III by obliterating Iran's military and nuclear capabilities that Obama and Biden made possible. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Among the casualties of that Iran war was Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was killed by an Iranian attack, or so they say. Netanyahu was said to house the Vatican's international ring in Israeli underground tunnels, while promoting continual war against Israelis through his Zionism movement. In loving memory, the 6 Air Force airmen killed in U.S. military plane crash during Iran war identified as Major John A. Klinner, 33, Captain Ariana G. Savano, 31, Tech Sergeant Ashley B. Pruitt, 34, Captain Seth R. Koval, 38, Captain Curtis J. Angst, 30, Tech Sergeant Tyler H. Simmons, 28. Possible timing. Sunday, March 15, 2026, green light, 11:11. The time has arrived. Final alert, signal window open. Execution phase. The storm is upon us today. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Monday, March 16th at 12 o'clock GMT, the final activation sequence according to sources within the Global Quantum Alliance. Also on Monday, March 16, 2026, the 10 Days of Darkness Protocol will officially activate according to classified military bulletins. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. EBS Project Odin 10 Days of Darkness final activation. Sunday, March 15th, the time has arrived. Final alert, signal window open, execution phase, the storm is upon us today. Green light, 11:11. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday, March 15th, 2026, urgent. Project Odin plus EBS sequence, final activation, pings confirmed. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Starlink override locked. Mossad media dead. Blackout staging complete. Arrests now, resignations in headlines. Watch closely. JFK Jr. symbolism dropped today for a reason. The storm is biblical. The Almighty has spoken. Where we go one, we go all, forever. Sunday, March 15th. March 13th has triggered the global ignition phase. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold back parity, while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram. Classified military bulletins confirm that the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate on March 16th. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression, it is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns. In Europe and the United States, central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness. Names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth, and guided by divine law. Wars and rumors of wars. Sunday, March 15th, NBC breaking. President Trump says he's hearing that Iran's supreme leader and that Iran desperately wants a ceasefire deal. I'm hearing he's not alive, and if he is, he should do something very smart for his country, and that's surrender. Iran wants to make a deal, and I don't want to make it because the terms aren't good enough yet, Trump told NBC. On the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to be sweeping the strait very strongly, and we believe we'll be joined by other countries who are somewhat impeded, and in some cases impeded from getting the oil. On Khomeini, I don't know if he's even alive. So far, nobody's been able to show him. The war with Iran. Obama sent 3 payments to Iran, totaling $1.3 billion. Biden cleared the way for the release of the $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds. Iran then continued to build up their nuclear program until President Trump called in the military to obliterate it. Sunday, March 15th, Secretary Chris Wright. For 47 years, Iran has threatened the Strait of Hormuz, has attacked its neighbors. Just imagine an Iran that's nuclear armed with a massive weapons arsenal to surround those nuclear weapons. Global currency reset. Saturday, March 14th, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide is happening right now. Foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange ZIM bond redemption appointments. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. During the first week of April 2026, redemption centers will start processing live appointments in accordance with full JSORA protocol. The schedule is already being filled with authorized Tier 4B participants, according to sources within 2 U.S. Treasury branches. We've been all ready for this moment. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. What we think we know as of Monday, March 16th. Sunday, March 15th, Fox News. Former Georgia State Representative Karen Bennett, Democrat, the same radical who pushed hard for Black Lives Matter and defund the police, just pleaded guilty to federal charges for fraudulently stealing taxpayer money. Sunday, March 15th, Fox News. President Trump just went hard against Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum for being owned by the cartels. She should not have refused my help. I offered to get rid of the cartels. For some reason, she doesn't want to do that. The cartels are running Mexico. Sunday, March 15th, boom. Rubio draws the line. U.S. cuts citizenship exit fee from $2,350 to $450. Visas are a privilege, not a right. Sunday, March 15th, Newsmax bombshell. Obama at the center. Sedition, lies, treason. Calls for arrest explode. After 2016 plot exposed, it's time to arrest Barack Obama. Sunday, March 15th, Operation Red File. Leaked docs expose Obama as foreign enemy. Trump signs military arrest order. JAG tribunals ignite in D.C. Sunday, March 15th, bombshell report, the Comey files. Traitor identified, code red.
It's Monday the 16th of March 2026 and it's March Madness. There is so much going on right now in the world. For those people who are awakened, you can see everything. It's happening in plain sight. We're seeing the complete collapse of the old system. And for those that are wide awake, you can see the birth of a new system. For those who are half awake, you can only see the collapse of the old system. But don't panic, because the more you wake up, the more you'll see. And I'll give you one little example. We obviously had the Epstein files dropped on us with 6 million pages. Now, there's no way in the world that you can go through 6 million pages in a day, let alone a week or a month. It takes time. And one of the things that jumped out at a lot of people was the exposure of what really happened on 9/11. That was all in the Epstein files. And that was a collaboration between George W. Bush and Jeffrey Epstein. The attack was all planned between the two of them. It's all there in black and white when you take the time to do your research. And all of this is being exposed in real time for those people who have the time and the inclination to do the research. And then once you start to do the research, you wake up. And when you wake up, it's very difficult to go back to sleep again. There are those that have gone back to sleep again because they couldn't be bothered to continue the work. That's not a problem. That's up to you. It's your choice.
Well, just after last week when we reported Donald Trump suggested the United States may no longer share certain intelligence with the UK, King Charles has just reportedly cancelled a planned visit to the United States, raising questions about the tensions within the so-called special relationship. Now, my question is, did Prime Minister Keir Starmer throw his toys out of the pram, going to Big Daddy King Charles for a bit of royal backup? Well, relations between London and Washington appear to be getting a little bit more complicated. Well, in the pantomime.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, in the pantomime, because I guess if King Charles was to go across the channel to see Trump, he'd have to go in his coffin or his little ashes tub. He was dealt with some time ago. It's very, very interesting to see this all unfold. Whilst we're talking about London, it's very interesting to see what's happened now the dust has settled with the Lloyd's of London insurance of the shipping through the Straits of Hormuz. All of the shipping that goes through there has to be insured. And of course, Lloyd's of London thought they were clever in cancelling the insurance of shipping that was going through the Straits. However, a US insurance company has taken that over. Now you may say, well, great. But what that does is that represents 9% of the UK's GDP lost, gone forever. That has a massive impact on the UK economy. Huge impact. And people don't understand that when you lose 9% of your business as a country, it has a devastating effect on the country. And you will see what happens. This is a little example of what happens when you let a Labour government get into office. Labour have always had this socialist agenda. And I'll give you a very simple example. If you earn as a businessman £100,000 in the UK and the Labour government tax you 50,000, 50%, and give that 50,000 to 5 other people, they lose 1 vote for the businessman, but they gain 5 votes of people who can't be bothered to work. That's what keeps Labour in power for a very short period of time. Because sooner or later, all those people that were making the money for the country, like Lloyd's of London, are disappearing. That's what socialism does. It's a failed project. It's been tried over and over and over again, and it doesn't work. One day, somebody will wake up to the fact that if you continue to try the same philosophy and it doesn't work, you need to change your philosophy.
Charlie, I just want to go back to the UK and remind people that last week we had reported that King Charles will be in a coffin on the 28th of March. So let's see whether that will be announced. And my next story is that Kent County Council is reportedly preparing to declare what it's called an illegal immigration emergency. It's a move that could make it the first county authority in the United Kingdom to take such a step. Now, under the proposed measure, the council would refuse to accommodate individuals it believes are in the country illegally. The policy is expected to come into effect on March the 19th. The development comes amid growing pressure on local authorities dealing with the impact of migration and housing pressure across the country. So basically, Charlie, the councils have had enough of the illegal immigrants in the hotels and disrupting the peace.
They are, and I get asked on a daily basis by insiders and by followers and by people who watch my videos about how do we stop this happening and how do we get these people to return to their own country. And for me, it's always been very, very simple. We stop stealing from their countries. I mean, Africa should be God's continent because it has more natural resource than you could ever imagine. More gold, more silver, more minerals, more diamonds, more anything. They could be self-sufficient without any problem at all. And the African people could be super wealthy, every one of them. And I tell you right now, they wouldn't come to England because they've got better weather. They've got a better way of life. The only reason they come to England is to earn more money, because the British, since years gone by, and Dick Whittington and his cat convinced them the streets of London were paved with gold. Then we wonder why they all show up. Then we wonder why they're dumped on our doorstep. The fact is the moment that their country becomes wealthy as it should be, the same from the Middle East, the same from North Africa, they will want to go back to their own countries. I talk to people from Sudan, from North Africa, Northeast Africa, Somalia. They would love to go back to their own country, but their country is in complete chaos because it's been robbed blind by the EU, the UK and the USA. It's been robbed blind and it's been abused. The minute that abuse stops, like it has in Burkina Faso and other African countries that are beginning to stand up with the help of Russia and China, this will all stop in a hurry, because every single refugee that's in the UK will want to go back to their own country in a hurry when we stop robbing it. I'll leave you with that thought on Monday the 16th of March 2026. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful week. This is going to be March Madness, and the beginning of April is going to be crazy too. I have some inside information which I can't share with you just yet, but in the first week of April, it's going to be a lot of fun. Have a good day.
Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn. No more shadows. No two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law. Common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Sunday, March 15th, Hillary Clinton's email to pizza man John Podesta confirms that the Kenyan administration, Barack Obama plus Hillary Clinton plus Saudi Arabia plus Qatar, founded ISIS. Dan Bongino on Telegram. Julian Assange. ISIS is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is the most significant email in the whole collection. The government of Saudi and government of Qatar that has been funding ISIS under Hillary Clinton, and Clinton emails revealed the largest ever arms deals in the world was made in Saudi Arabia. More than $80 billion. In fact, during her tenure as Secretary of State, total arms exports from the United States in terms of the dollar value doubled. In other words, during Hillary Clinton's time as Secretary of Bribery, the Obama State Department approved massive arms sales, particularly to Saudi Arabia. The result was the rise of terrorist groups like ISIS, funded largely by the very people who were bribing the Clinton Foundation. In short, and the destruction were in large part due to Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Sunday, March 15th, breaking. Maduro implicates Pence and Pelosi in massive 2020 election probe. USA Department of Labor on Telegram. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has reportedly told federal investigators that Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi were lavished with millions of dollars, luxury vehicles, expensive jewelry, and gold coins by Maduro's narco-terrorist regime in exchange for refusing to allow an investigation into the massive fraud that occurred in the 2020 election. In the 2020 election, Venezuelan bought and paid for voting machines and software known as Dominion and Smartmatic turned Trump votes to Biden. In other words, Pence and Pelosi took Venezuelan drug and blood money from a hostile foreign government whose drug trafficking activities have resulted of hundreds of thousands of Americans every year. And in return, they knowingly certified a stolen election, thereby robbing 80+ million Americans of their will and their voice. This is the political crime of the century. That makes Watergate look like small potatoes. Maduro's cooperation and testimony is about to take down lots of powerful people who committed the ultimate betrayal against our country for their own personal gain. Arrest Pence and Pelosi now. Worldwide 10 days of darkness set to activate on Sunday or Monday, 15th, 16th of March 2026. TV, radio, internet silent as military emergency broadcasts take command. Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state elites. Be prepared with food, cash essentials. Banks closing, ATMs not working. Improved worldwide financial education, government systems by first week of April. US, Canada, UK, Germany, and Australia entering Nassar-Jassar transition. Judy note: President Donald J. Trump has declared a restoration of the American Republic by dissolving the privately owned by Satan-worshipping deep state bankers, U.S. Inc. Trump simply took away the cabal private bankers' confiscation of U.S. taxpayer dollars by invoking Article 2 of the Constitution, activating the gold asset-backed global currency reset, and thereby returning taxpayer monies of all 209 participating BRICS alliance nations back to the people. Trump declared the United States fully sovereign under common law. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip has been broken. The true constitutional republic rises. On Friday, Bill and Hillary Clinton were arrested by Trump's global military alliance, flown to Gitmo, underwent separate tribunals, where both were convicted of treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity, and sentenced to hang within 72 hours. Now the global military alliance has announced that Benjamin Netanyahu has been killed in an Iranian raid. Netanyahu was said to house in Israeli underground tunnels, plus promoted continual war against Israelis through the Zionism movement. Like the Clintons and Netanyahu, should not be a surprise to anyone following President Trump's global military alliance. Possible timing: Friday, March 13th has triggered the global initiative phase of the global currency reset. QFS nodes are stabilizing under gold-backed parity, while Starlink begins aligning communication grids for a full system override. The old world is running on borrowed seconds. On Saturday, March 14th, 2026, the US, Canada, UK, Germany, and Australia began transitioning Nassar-Jassar funds into the quantum financial system as part of the global currency reset. On Monday, March 16th, the 10 Days of Darkness protocol will officially activate according to classified military bulletins. During that window, all media frequencies will be seized and rerouted through the emergency broadcast system. Traditional television, radio, and online platforms will fall silent as Starlink takes command. The purpose is not suppression, it is revelation. For the first time in modern history, humanity will witness uncensored truth broadcasts, evidence of corruption, hidden tribunals, secret programs, and the full collapse of the fiat empire. Banking networks have already begun limited shutdowns in Europe and the United States. Central servers are being mirrored onto the quantum grid. Every hidden fund and false reserve is being indexed for public audit once the blackout ends. Behind the curtain, governments are surrendering. Negotiations for peaceful transition are underway in over 50 nations as QFS command assumes control of state liquidity. The era of debt-based governance is finished. During the 10 days, expect silence, then light. The documentaries prepared under military supervision will expose everything the cabal built in darkness: names, operations, financial trails, all revealed through quantum evidence stored since 2020. The event will be global and irreversible. When the blackout lifts, humanity will awaken to a system cleansed of manipulation, powered by truth and guided by divine law. The countdown to March 16th has begun. The blackout will not bring fear. It will bring freedom. The golden age starts the moment the lights go out. Global Currency Reset, Saturday, March 14th. The global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies worldwide was happening right now. Those foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B should watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your foreign currency exchange ZIM bond redemption appointments. Saturday, March 14th, setting up your new quantum financial system wallet bank account, Nassar-Jassar connected on Telegram. The quantum financial system is worldwide. QFS wallets, bank accounts, are for citizens of different nations across the globe. Jassara funds are worldwide. Nassara funds are for the United States citizens. April 1st, 2026 is not symbolic, it is operational. After that, the system does not pause, it advances. From this point forward, everything moves by verification, not by noise. Once QFS Sovereign Wallet appointment begins, expected April 1st, there will be no public announcements, no open invitations, and no explanations repeated twice. If you are approved to set up your personal QFS Sovereign Wallet, you will be contacted directly. If you are not, you will not hear anything at all. The silence will not be a mistake, it will be confirmation. I am seeing final alignment taking place now between U.S. Treasury, routing systems, and QFS settlement nodes. This is the last technical layer before JASARA and NESARA funds are fully released. Legacy banking systems are already being bypassed. Some institutions will appear operational on the surface, but their authority is gone. What matters now is quantum verification, not bank access. At your appointment, no cash will be handed out, no paper checks, no transfers through old rails. You will be in full control of your assets through your sovereign QFS wallet, and you will decide how funds are allocated, protected, and deployed. Advisors will be present to assist, but the authority remains with you. You are allowed to bring support with you to your appointment, advisors, legal contacts, trusts, trusted associates. This is not secrecy. This is precision. Everything is designed to ensure clarity and protection at the moment value changes hands. There will be resistance. I am already seeing it. Delays, misinformation, false narratives, fake portals. Ignore them. The system is secure. The ledger is immutable. Everything that is legitimate will come through official encrypted channels only. Stay calm, stay focused, stay ready. We are past the edge now. The redistribution is underway.
Judy note. We have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange your foreign currency at an official redemption center, ARC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at ARC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at ARC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at ARC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. They would no longer have control over your personal money account. Only you would.
Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one Commander-in-Chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and more wars. Saturday, March 14, 2026. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There's nothing they can do about it. President Donald J. Trump. Saturday, March 14, 2026, Iran says it is now going to make sure no oil that benefits the United States or Israel passes through the Straits of Hormuz, warning that such shipments will be blown up immediately. Iran says the world should prepare for $200 per barrel oil as it goes on the offensive and will strike anything that benefits the United States or Israel. You will not be able to artificially lower the price of oil. Well, I know that we have a lot of reserves here that have been opened up, and I don't think there's an oil problem here. Saturday, March 14, 2026, on Piers Morgan, Professor Zhang Yang exposes the terrifying eschatological agenda driving the war. He details how secret societies are orchestrating the collapse of the American empire to build the Greater Israel Project, an AI surveillance state, and usher in the end times. Who would have thought we would ever see this? Guru Information and Intel, Saturday, March 14th, boom. The Patriots are rising as Wano Savin, Michael Jaco, and Sheila Holm expose the shattering truth in their March 14th roundtable, Wano Savin on Telegram. Trump is dismantling Britain's iron grip on global affairs, severing their puppet strings from Iran to Israel. Since his bold moves in September 2025, Trump has declared the state of Israel free from foreign meddling, leaving Bibi Netanyahu aligned with true sovereignty. Britain's Prime Minister flounders, refusing aid in the Hormuz Straits only to be told, "We don't need you." Lloyd's of London, once the cabal's powerhouse controlling America, Canada, Australia, and beyond, crumbles under Trump's precision strikes. Greenland stands sovereign. Troops withdrawn under threat of total tariffs. The chains are breaking. Shocking, this is the second Revolutionary War, Patriots. Britain retains hidden rights to throne Jerusalem via the Balfour Declaration, but Trump's genius exposes the Zionist banker schemes. Zelensky's betrayal in 2025, fleeing to Britain after ditching Trump's ceasefire. Threats fade as Trump crushes the City of London's ties to China and Iran. No boots on the ground in Iran. B-2 bombers soar 36 hours nonstop, obliterating threats with surgical accuracy. The Revolutionary Guard's empire, built on secret UK properties worth billions, topples as Mojtaba Khomeini hides in fear. King Charles's alleged Islam conversion? Just more deep state desperation. Alert! Financial Armageddon looms. 85% of U.S. bond fraud ties to schools, dooming 600 banks by 2027. Post-2008 stress test forced 60% cash in worthless bonds, balloon payments unpayable even with county-wide taxes. Hyperinflation echoes Weimar, but Trump vows honest money. Gold and silver reset, ending the Fed's fiat scam from London's Roman walls. IRS abolished external tariffs and the Republic. Property taxes skyrocket, 40% in Colorado. The hijack ends now. Schools indoctrination hubs run by non-citizen superintendents linked to Spanish intelligence face extinction. LAUSD and Ohio scandals reveal Mexico's remote control via Spain, all exposed. Patriots awake. Election fraud as weapon of mass destruction hits 71 nations. Puppeteering leaders via Venezuela, China, Serbia. Trump's 17-page executive order, ready by April 2026, declares national emergency. Military oversight, no machines, paper ballots, ID only. Tina Peters freed amid Colorado demos. Heard 2024 evidence seals fates. John Brennan's arrest imminent. Treason straight to Gizmo, earth-shattering. Grand juries indict on 2024 manipulations. Senators Biden votes in 2020. 93 face treason trials. Return to factory settings, 2-year terms. State-picked senators, no midterms. Yo, SES and IG, Carter's deep state tools dismantled. The storm is here. Albert Pike's Luciferian plans for world wars shatter under Trump's peace deals. Congo stabilized, Middle East transformed. Jubilee begins July 5th, 2026, 50th day post July 4th, restoring lands, crushing debts. Trump's 777 destiny signals divine victory. 5th Jubilee renews America. White Hat's control, the Great Awakening surges. Cabal trembles as Trump presides over bankruptcy reset, making patriots whole. Where we go one, we go all. Fight on.
Is there risk there? Look, I've told your audience before, we're missing within a couple of different operations nuclear weapons. So
we're missing. You're saying we're missing some nuclear weapons
within the global stockpile. Multiple locations and nations, not just
do they know when we started missing them? What, under what administration? I mean,
well, but I've gone into this a bit, and at the end of the day, the general that was Putin's very close friend that was killed in the scooter attack, what was his role? He was trying to track down some parts that related to being able to refresh or update and make current some very old nuclear devices, and they have a shelf life, and with some of the components, or they just fizzle. And so he was trying to track down where some of these components went. That we know there's also some missing devices out there. And the Russians, during the fall of Soviet Union, we got almost all, but there's a few missing, specifically within the Ukraine theater. And there's also material that could be used for dirty bombs, going to some of the reactors there in Ukraine, other stuff in the Soviet Union. There is a Chinese threat, although it's radically less. There's one also related to South Africa. We still have some problems out there, and they're very, very, very serious. Allowing Iran and its leadership to fester away and pull something off because we're afraid to act was not wise. We're reducing the threat. Can you get it to zero? Probably not in actuality.
What we think we know as of Sunday, March 15th. Saturday, March 14th, Israel is last. Checkmate. Checkmate, explosive revelations, 107, Michael Jaco, Sheila Holm unmasked the deep state's collapse, elections, fraud, and imminent arrests. Saturday, March 14th, Israel is last. Benjamin Netanyahu has been removed. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, Republican leaders on C-SPAN as terror threats have emerged across the country. The very agency tasked with preventing and responding to those threats remains shut down because Democrats have chosen to protect criminal illegal aliens over hardworking Americans. Friday, March 13, 2026, Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs to facilitate the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Saturday, March 14, 2026, Secretary of State Marco Rubio announces that the United States has ended all aid to Somalia. Dan Scavino on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, Fox News. California is being required to return over $1 billion in federal healthcare funds spent on services for undocumented migrants according to federal audits. Saturday, March 14th, Tom Homan just revealed Minnesota counties are letting ICE into the jails to arrest illegals. Unprecedented cooperation is now happening. They caved. Illegals are being arrested instead of being released into Minnesota. This is huge. Tom Homan did it. On Friday, March 13th, Senator Chuck Schumer accidentally revealed that the real reason he doesn't want the Save America Act passed, it would purge voter rolls of illegal or ineligible voters. Democrats want to make illegals their new voting base. Saturday, March 14th, a new Epstein file revealed that Jeffrey Epstein said he was backing ISIS through U.S. Israeli proxies, as Paul Harvey would say. And now you know the rest of the story. Jasara on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, surprise, surprise, boom. U.S. government via FAA, NASA, and NOAA officially admits to spraying chemicals manipulating weather and altering Earth's atmosphere. Saturday, March 14th, Vigano versus the Deep Church. Excommunicated for exposing hell, he named them. They erased him. Saturday, March 14th, explosive. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent unleashes whistleblower war on deep fraud. Patriots can earn up to 30% for exposing corruption. Saturday, March 14th, shocking corruption. Federal judge blocks grand jury from investigating Federal Reserve. Piro explodes. Voter fraud. Saturday, March 14th. The global election fraud cartel started in Venezuela. The target was the United States, and the rest is history. President Chavez expressed that with their project one day they would place a president in the United States as well. Former head of security for Hugo Chavez, Edward Snowden on Telegram. Saturday, March 14th, foreign interference played an enormous role in the stolen 2020 election as well as others. The production of fake IDs and ballots to produce voters is just one of many massive intrusions in our elections, as well as remote access, foreign servers, and machines built with compromised electronics, giving backdoor access to alter election outcomes. The writing is on the wall. Government fraud. Friday, March 13th. Today, a federal judge blocked Trump from investigating the Federal Reserve. Mr. Poole, final chapter. Read that again. A judge just told the President of the United States he's not allowed to look inside the books of the institution that prints your money. Why? What's in those books that a federal judge would risk his entire career to protect? Here's what happened in the last 72 hours. Trump's DOJ issued subpoenas to Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve Board, first time in history. They wanted transaction records from 2009 to 2024. Within hours, Judge James Boasberg stepped in and blocked everything. That's the skull and bones judge. Called it government overreach. The same Judge Boasberg who oversees the FISA court, same court that approved the illegal surveillance of Trump in 2016, same judge, same system protecting the same people. $9.7 trillion moved through the Fed's emergency lending programs between 2008 and 2023. No audit, no oversight, no names. Trump wanted the names. They said no. Now ask yourself, while the judge was protecting the Fed, what else happened? 2,200 Marines deployed to the Middle East. 9 drone attacks hit the UAE, 50,000 U.S. troops now in the region, the KC-135 shot down, the terror attacks on American soil, all in the same week the president tried to open the Fed's books. Coincidence? The Fed isn't a government institution. It's a private bank owned by families whose names appear in the same files Trump has been unsealing since January. Epstein's files, Soros's accounts, Obama's transfers, they all lead to the same building on Constitution Avenue. Trump told the Joint Chiefs on March 11th, the war isn't overseas, the war is on Constitution Avenue. The bombs falling on Tehran are destroying the offshore accounts. The subpoenas are targeting the onshore accounts. They blocked one, they can't block both. Falling crown. Phase 5 is the Federal Reserve. The judge bought them days, not weeks, not months, days. They blocked the subpoenas. They activated sleeper cells. They hit a tanker. They attacked a synagogue. All to protect one building. It won't be enough. Trump commands the plan to save the world across 200 plus nations. Rolling worldwide EBS set to begin midnight Friday, March 13th, 2026. 10 to 12 days of blackout and temporary martial law, while military makes mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Worldwide financial crash, fiat dollar, banks closing, ATMs not working. It's advised to take money out of your failing bank before they freeze your account. New gold asset-backed quantum financial system is live, but no access until April. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials. Where we go one, we go all. Pray. God always wins. Judy note. People may wonder why they were closing down the world for 10 or so days while the global military alliance headed by President Trump made mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites. It's because those deep state elites have had control of the world's monetary system since the beginning and used it to control the global population while doing horrible things to our innocent children in their worship of Satan in exchange for his fake promises of wealth, power, and glory. Trump and the Global Alliance were setting people of the world free through a centuries-old 209 nation. Q plan to save the world. Martial law has been declared worldwide, with military tribunals activated under emergency powers according to President Trump. The U.S. constitutional republic has been restored, with the new U.S. Treasury located in Temple, Texas. Washington, D.C. was now the Washington Military District. The deep state cabal's crime syndicate government has been dismantled. Last night, Thursday, March 12th, a Special Forces military unit raided the Clintons at their Chappaqua estate. They were arrested and taken to Gitmo. Bill Clinton underwent a military tribunal and was sentenced to hang for Epstein crimes. Hillary also went before a military court and was sentenced to death by hanging for treason, child trafficking, and crimes against humanity. Executions were scheduled to happen within 72 hours. That was the beginning of the end for the deep state cabal. Their crimes have been happening uncontrolled for a very long time. Judy note on other news for today. The Democrats funneled $6 billion of taxpayer money to a conglomerate of United Nations agencies and over 200 NGOs for the purpose of facilitating the overthrow of the Constitutional Republic of the United States. Executive Director of the Oversight Project, Mike Howell, testimony before Congress on Thursday, March 12, 2026. Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, Mexican drug cartels, and Muslim Brotherhood networks were feeding the deep state Satan-worshipping shadow government under Trump's leadership of the Global Military Alliance. All were collapsing like dominoes. Airports were seeing hours-long delays due to TSA shortages as Homeland Security lockdown sees no signs of ending. The Democrats have refused to budget Homeland Security, so airport employees were refusing to show up because they were not getting paid and needed to earn money elsewhere to support their families. Bohemian Grove, California tunnels run across the country, under major cities and clear to Washington, D.C. under the new ballroom. Trump personally funded and built right on top. Trump has sealed the tunnels off so Satan-worshipping politicians' escape routes were now gone. Super soldiers like Aaron Vaughn and others were not dead, but testified before military tribunals exposing Hillary Obama gun running. A military accountability letter dated January 1st, 2024, has thousands of signatures of generals and admirals saying, "We will fight until two-tier justice ends." Election fraud, we already have it all. Mirrored servers, quantum evidence, every fake ballot, every crime from 2020 through 2024 has been nailed. Voting machines made to throw elections were dead. Paper ballots, hand counts, same-day voting coming. Global currency reset. Wednesday, March 11, 2026. Breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developing behind the scenes, could be announced by official notifications at any time. The first week in April was when the general public would be notified to set up their QFS money accounts. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one commander-in-chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America.
Members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify about the role of NGOs, or non-governmental organizations, in facilitating mass illegal immigration. I currently serve as the executive director of the Oversight Project and previously was at DHS and on Capitol Hill conducting oversight of immigration matters. The United States of America is still reeling from the worst border invasion in its history. This was an invasion that was planned, promoted, encouraged, funded, and sustained by radical elements of the previous administration. But this invasion could not have been accomplished without a colossal partnership with the NGO community. Simply put, the government just did not have the capacity to get this many people in and around the country without the support of the nonprofits. And to that end, they gave them almost $6 billion to a conglomerate of UN agencies and over 200 NGOs to do just that, according to statistics from the Center for Immigration Studies. The result was that Border Patrol became a daycare. They became Uber drivers just to shuttle illegals to the nonprofits to get them around the country. Now, the Oversight Project has led the way in exposing what I call this border industrial complex. In December of 2022, we did the first of its kind study where we tracked illegal aliens by their cell phones as they went through these nonprofits at the border. In just a 1 month period, in tracking 30,000 devices, so a very small subset of the 10 million that Biden had crossed the border, we found out that the illegals went to nearly every single congressional district in the United States. We proved that every town was indeed a border town. That work informed the House of Representatives to pass H.R. 2, which notably contained a provision defunding the entirety of these NGOs. Now, this was a landmark event. It was controversial even amongst politicians here in D.C. because the dirty secret is a lot of politicians have a very cozy relationship with these organizations. In fact, one member went as far to say that that provision in H.R. 2 was unchristian. Well, that's now a common sense principle for immigration policy today, that we do not fund our own invasion. And to that end, DHS pausing all money to these organizations is simply common sense. Now, really quickly on H.R. 2, because there's been a lot of confusion on this point. Some of your colleagues last Congress over in the Senate introduced a bill to undercut H.R. 2 that would have mandated a new normal of illegal boarding crossings at over 5,000 a day. Now, I'm going to quote President Trump here from his State of the Union last week. People kept saying we needed new legislation to secure the border, but it turned out all we needed is a new president. He was right. He is right. In addition, the Oversight Project continues to lead the way in uncovering seedy behavior after behavior at NGOs. In New York, we found illegal aliens getting false residence documents. In Mexico, we found flyers at an illegal alien staging camp encouraging illegals to vote for Biden. In Arizona, we found a former Mexican consulate official at the Southside Worker Center in Tucson advising illegals how to lie to law enforcement and invade ICE. That's against the law. Additionally, we produced documentary evidence of non-citizens admitting on camera to being registered to vote in Georgia, North Carolina, Minnesota, Arizona. So where are all the government investigations? I am begging for someone to please join us. What about the DHS OIG? I see investigation after investigation into the conditions at ICE facilities. Where are the investigations of these nonprofits and the $6 billion that flowed through them? It's time that we start treating the Biden border crisis like the crime scene that it is.
Friday, March 13th, Super Soldiers Alive, Cartel Hammer Drops, and Jubilee Resetting coming. Sheila Holm, the researcher whose books armed President Trump with the real truth, unleashes fire. Epstein files are detonating worldwide. Former Norwegian premier arrested yesterday, straight from the client list. Hyatt Hotel's head confirmed pedo. Vanished after resigning. He's running, but Space Force tracks every move. Arrests were accelerating hourly. Politicians, CEOs, Hollywood scum sweating bullets as tribunals fire up. Trump's immovable trap was genius. He let the left scream for files while military held the kill switch. Q's misinformation necessary played out perfectly. Biggest sting ever. Epstein likely flipped, cooperating with white hats, spotted alive, long hair and beard. Ghislaine fronted for Mossad puppet master dad Robert Maxwell, fake name, running global blackmail with kids, adrenochrome, satanic torture, all taped. Politicians owned, now flipped. Briggs overflowing, military justice, no pensions, just ropes for traitors. Explosive reveal, 83 SEAL Team 6 dead in staged crash. Post Bin Laden, alive. Super soldiers, memory wiped since 2014, witnesses to Hillary Obama Benghazi gun running treason. Fake death letters to families, no bodies. When they testify, the entire syndicate implodes overnight. Cartels crushed. U.S. forces seized 134 acres inside Texas. All equipment gone. Mexico, green lights, ops on their soil. Cartel bosses Trump hosted last year sang. CIA ran drugs since Bush Sr.'s fake war. No mercy. Boats bombed, lands taken, Venezuela, Cuba puppets wiped, warriors dropped fortified compounds 100 to 1 outnumbered with tech cabal can't fathom. McAfee alive, lit cigarette painting troll, backdoored systems, saved every destroyed email. Epstein Island pool pic with Clinton, Epstein snapped it, proof he flipped early. 2026 Jubilee. 50th cycle since fake independence. May 17th, prayer gathering. 49 days before July 4th. 250th, return to creator and dead slavery. Republic restored. Treasury to Temple, Texas, D.C., now Washington Military District. Crime syndicate government dismantled. Divine feminine rises. Mama bears, widows marching. Christ consciousness awakens. No more Constantine fake religion. Truth simple. Quantum manifestation direct to source. Flood hits pre-midterms. Traitors in Gitmo force election delay. Pray hard through May 17th. Divine burn can end Sodom overnight. Greatest story ever told. Satan's empire falls. Humanity reclaims Eden. We win. They lose bigly. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Friday, March 13th, Secretary of War on Operation Epic Fury. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones are being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Friday, March 13th, Jesse Waters on Fox News. Seize Karg Island, and it's game over for Iran's terror regime. Karg Island, essentially the country's cash register. If we seize it, it's over. Friday, March 13th, Iranian military vessel is operating in any major regional waterways after the U.S. military destroyed more than 50 Iranian naval assets. The Iranian Navy has been assessed as combat ineffective. So the U.S. military is focusing its sights on dismantling Iran's missile production facilities. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Friday, March 13th, Trump drops the hammer. U.S. law enforcement now has eyes on every single Iranian terror sleeper cell in America. We know where most are. We have our eyes on all of them. These radical invaders flooded our borders under sleepy Joe Biden, the worst president in history. But President Trump is already hunting them down at a level the deep state has never seen. Friday, March 13th, Joe Rogan just called this war insane. He's right, but not for the reason he thinks. Rogan told 200 million listeners on Wednesday, Trump supporters feel betrayed. I don't feel betrayed if you know what's going on. This seems insane. He's not wrong. It does seem insane. Unless you know what's under Isfahan, what the media won't tell Rogan. Right now, as you read this, U.S. Special Forces are preparing a ground operation to breach the underground tunnels beneath Isfahan, Iran. Not to destroy them, to seize what's inside. 84 metric tons of highly enriched uranium, enough to build 14 nuclear warheads. But that's not what Trump wants. Beneath the uranium, 3 levels deeper, is a vault built in 2014 with $2.3 billion from the Obama administration. Inside that vault, $127 billion in gold bars, stolen from Libya in 2011, routed through Qatar, hidden by the same network that moved Epstein's money. financial records connecting the Clinton Foundation, the Federal Reserve, and 14 sitting members of Congress to a money laundering operation that ran from 2009 to 2023, and one server, containing every communication between the deep state and Iran's Revolutionary Guard for 15 years. That is why this war is happening. Not oil, not nukes, not territory, evidence. Trump told Axios yesterday, there's practically nothing left to target. He's right. The military targets are gone. What's left is underground, and you don't bomb evidence. You send men to carry it out. Rogan will understand soon when those files surface, and they will. Every name will be public, every dollar traced, every lie exposed. The people calling this war insane will realize it was the most calculated military operation in American history. 12 days. That's all it took to dismantle a regime that 5 presidents protected for 45 years, not because they couldn't destroy it, because they were partners. Trump isn't the one who betrayed his supporters. The last 5 presidents betrayed the entire country. Trump is the first one cleaning it up. Domino 1, Venezuela, fallen. Domino 2, Iran, fallen. Domino 3, Cuba, falling. And Domino 4, the files are coming out of the ground. Israel is last. Friday, March 13th, 2026, Douglas Macgregor warns that if nuclear weapons are used in Iran, it will be done by Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. He says Netanyahu is getting desperate because Iran is refusing to submit to his demands. Macgregor says Netanyahu is in total control of the U.S. government through Zionist billionaires. Netanyahu is going to do whatever Netanyahu wants to do. Shadow of Ezra on Telegram. Friday, March 13th, Julian Assange. The goal is to use Israel, Venezuela, and Ukraine to wash money out of the U.S. and European taxpayers and back into the hands of transnational elite. The goal is an endless war, not a successful war. The Global Military Alliance coordinates it all. Troops deployed nationwide. Martial law whispers growing louder. 10 days of darkness imminent. EBS override coming to expose child trafficking. Adrenochrome horrors. Biolabs. Tribunals for Satan-worshipping elites. Roseanne's new show drops soon. Big win for America story. Randy Quaid channeling 107 vibes. Pure comedy truth. Bombs to decompress the tension while waking the masses. She calls them energy vampires. Ghouls thinking they're smarter than God. Hilarious delusions, but God's is stronger. Prayer shortcuts the devil. Keep praying together. Blinders removed. Truth crystal clear. The battlefield? Not just Iran or streets. It's the mind, the soul of America. Conspiracies aren't theories anymore. Old ones proved true daily. January 6th insurrection lie. Forced indoctrination in schools. But patriots see through it. 84% of MAGA stands rock solid behind Trump. No propaganda splits us. Hold the line, Anons. Dark before dawn, but golden age ahead. God wins. We're on his team. The final purge sweeps the cabal into hell where they belong. Trump receives divine downloads. Brilliant moves collapsing their empire. The Great Awakening explodes into the great unraveling of their broken system. Rebuild it for everyone, not the few. Trust the plan. Where we go one, we go all. The freight train cannot be stopped. Mass arrests, secret raids, the final purge has begun.
Juan O'Savin unleashes Trump bombshell, March 13, 2026. Sheila Holm confirms military tribunals incoming. For satanic deep state cabal as white hats execute the plan and the children are finally saved. Juan O'Savin, JFK Jr.? On Telegram? Patriots. The storm has broken wide open on March 13, 2026. When Juan O'Savin dropped explosive Trump breaking news alongside Sheila Holm on Patriots across the pond, revealing that military tribunals are incoming right now. John Brennan was the first high-profile traitor heading into custody on sealed grand jury indictments for treason and crimes against humanity. Hillary Clinton's inner circle, including her campaign manager, faced the same fate as the latest Epstein file dumps exposed the full satanic network reaching straight into the Vatican. The Vatican panicked and burned millions of documents in hours, Plus, the British royals were scrambling to hide their island trafficking horrors. Juan laid bare the millennia-long global conspiracy of Baal and Moloch worship, infiltrating churches, governments, and media to sever humanity from the true God with satanic rituals. One was a replicated arch of Baal portals, placed in Paris and planned for New York. Hillary wanted to speak from the gateway in New York to summon dark forces. Her coded emails called for chicken sacrifices, meaning young boys offer to Moloch, proving she is a card-carrying witch in multiple covens. Sheila Hone, with her 5-decade history, crossing paths with Juan in the fight, stressed that patriots must stop looking the other way, and chose a side now. Patriots should engage locally against stolen elections, school board frauds, and bond scams that drain family wealth. All the while, the deep state engineered a bond market collapse 10 to 100 times worse than 2008 to halt all commerce and force total submission. President Trump is countering, perfectly demanding honest elections and honest money to deflate the balloon before it explodes, saving the republic and restoring power to the people. Trump has called every American to the National Mall starting May 17, 2026, for a 49-day season of prayer and rededication to God Almighty, leading straight through July 4, 2026. July 4, 2026 was the 250th anniversary of the Constitution, which was ushering in a biblical jubilee of debt, forgiveness, land return, and full national cleansing from satanic influence. The celebration would reclaim Washington, D.C. from occult symbols like the Osiris Phallus Monument and Pentagon death geometry. This precipice moment, the great national near-death experience, will awaken the asleep as the veil rips away, forcing every soul to pick good or evil, while white hats with divine protection on Trump after multiple assassination attempts execute the plan with precision. The rigged 2020 and attempted 2024 elections by Serbian servers, Chinese paper ballots, and Cuban Venezuelan operatives were blocked by military operations. This allowed Trump to win. Now the full reckoning hits with foreign actors rounded up. Guantanamo tribunals await the traitors. No more civilian slaps on the wrist for those who sold out. America and the children trafficked by these monsters will see true justice as the satanic New World Order crumbles in real time. The deep state was in total panic, their distractions failing, their archways powerless against collective prayer and awakened masses. Canaans, get tight with the Father and stand firm in your local lane. Support patriots running for office, and trust that the white hats have it all under control. The greatest comeback in history is unfolding. The storm is here. The tribunals are live, and America rises stronger than ever as a beacon of God-given freedom, righteousness, and prosperity for the entire world. Where we go one, where we go all. The victory's already won, and the best days are now.
Election fraud, Thursday, March 12th. This is the fix in Arizona elections. Penske trucks full of ballots were followed to Runbeck Election Services with no observers or chain of custody. When an election audit company tried to get Runbeck's records and videos to prove chain of custody, observers, and voter roll information, an Arizona judge denied the request. Why wouldn't Runbeck just turn it over to prove their case in the first place? Another red flag is when Arizona state election officials were asked about the Penske trucks, they said something completely different, and that they were moving equipment and chairs, never mentioning Runbeck or what they do or ballots. There is something a lot bigger transpiring here, and it goes all the way to the top of Arizona's government. The Arizona sheriff is said to have even been installed, not elected, by a well-funded, Soros-funded campaign as well. And Friday, March 13th, saying illegal aliens are not voting in U.S. elections is like saying the border was secure during the 4 years of Joe Biden. Turns out that 10,000 illegal aliens using the exact same social security number voted in the Arizona November 3rd, 2020 general election. Just ask Adrian Fontes. He was the one who registered them. The White House on Telegram. And Friday, March 13th, Georgia State Senator Greg Dolezal exposes all the irregularities and fraud in the Fulton County, Georgia, stolen 2020 election. The Schiff on Telegram. Friday, March 13th, Americans have had enough of radical Muslims in their country. Here's what jihadis have done in the U.S. in the last week. One shoots up a bar and also shoots 14. Another one lights a Molotov cocktail and throws it at Christians in New York City. Another one throws a nail bomb or shrapnel, IED, at Christians in New York City. Another one tries to bomb a Southwest flight going from Nashville to Fort Lauderdale. Another one throws another IED shouting Allahu Akbar at a protest near Gracie Mansion in New York City. Another one makes a bomb threat and forces a plane to land in Atlanta. Another one drops a bomb threat at Kansas City Airport. And the DHS is reporting that jihadi threats against churches across the U.S. right now are completely exploding. Radical Islam, for some reason, is the one religion that the left will fight for until their dying breath for whatever reason, and Christianity is somehow always the problem. Funny how that works. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Operation Storm has launched. The Global Military Alliance has seized major fake news outlets, arrested cabal elite, EBS imminent, followed by 10 days of communication darkness and disclosure. Be prepared. Stock up on food, cash essentials, banks, ATMs closing. The world will never be the same. Trust the plan. Enjoy the show. Pray. The financial freedom came about the 1st of March 2026 when President Trump released the global currency reset for 209 now sovereign nations. The BRICS alliance of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa had been planning the gold asset-backed GCR since the Federal Reserve took out bankruptcy on the fiat Federal Reserve dollar way back in 2008. The bad news: for some time, the fiat U.S. Federal Reserve dollar has no longer been seen as the basis for international trade, which was causing chaos around the globe. The U.S. dollar has been fiat-backed by nothing for some time. The IMF was drastically trying to cover that up, along with the 2008 bankruptcy. The good news: several months back, Trump transferred the Federal Reserve to the new U.S. Treasury. It was no longer under control of the deep state cabal. The Federal Reserve could no longer scam the American people. Thursday, March 12, 2026. U.S. debt clock. Breaking news: 5.5 trillion banking scam exposed. The Fed and 50 state credit union banks face off to free America from debt serfdom. The bad news: the world's biggest economies were broke. The U.S., Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, and the U.K., Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand can't keep up with their debt any longer. The good news: countries were moving away from the fiat U.S. dollar. Thursday, March 12, 2026. BRICS earthquake. Saudi Arabia moves away from the dollar. The petrodollar era faces its biggest test yet. The bad news: deep state cabal central banks were going down, freezing individual accounts along the way. The good news: it was highly advised to get your fiat money out of your bank right away. You could use the cash on hand to get yourself through the period of conversion to the new and fully decentralized gold asset-backed quantum financial system. Or instead of holding cash, make a little money by converting your cash into gold, silver, and or cryptocurrencies, which were the basis for the new system. The good news: don't worry if for whatever reason you can't access to your bank account. That account balance has already been mirrored onto the new system, though it won't be available to you until you can set up your new money account wallet in early April at an official redemption center. The bad news: the deep state elites were aware that time was running out for them. They needed the global financial crash to happen, and for you not to be ready for it. They were frantically setting up a digital banking system that would force you under their control. They would decide what you could use your money for, where you went, what you did in your daily life. You would be their slave. It was part of their Agenda 2030. The good news: white hats to the rescue. The EBS was ready to go in the middle of all this chaos. Why? The world will enter a new era of financial independence when the markets crash, the banks go under, and the truth about Nasara Jasara comes out. The good news: a fair and transparent global quantum financial system will arise that was backed by assets and designed to give power back to the people. What do you need to do right now? Get cash in hand before the banks close. Worldwide Emergency Broadcast System. A worldwide EBS announcement hitting everyone's cell phones will say that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needs to be home and a global lockdown will begin for 10 to 12 days. After a NESARA announcement, there will be an emergency broadcast system circulating globally where they will literally be showing documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. During that lockdown, it will be broadcast on every station, and there will be documentaries to provide full disclosure for everyone to see everything that has been happening. Blackout, Thursday, March 12, 2026. The 48-hour window is closed. The blackout phase has begun. Friday, March 13, 2026, final sequence confirmed. Global martial law lockdown, EBS override armed. Iran regime collapsing, not an accident. The cabal's Middle East pillar falls on schedule. The archives are open. The grid recorded everything. Military tribunals have flagged the world's most powerful names. Assets seized, movement restricted, communications cut. They are no longer leaders. They are defendants. Detention sites active. Omega files indexed. Charges, corruption, trafficking, biowarfare, treason. Global currency reset, Thursday, March 12th. It's official. Reset of the world's currencies. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system will go off. The markets will close and we will have 2 to 10 days of disclosure. After that, Tier 4B, I will get a message telling them to set up exchange redemption appointments. There were 5 levels of people who were exchanging currencies and bonds. Tier 1, governments. Tier 1 was officially paying out right now. Tier 2, whales. Wealthy people with currency platforms and businesses. Tier 3, the Admirals Group. American Indians, farmers. CMKX and big church groups like the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which houses the largest humanitarian program in the world. Tier 4, millions of people who are paying attention to intel. Tier 5, the general public. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, dead, gone forever. No more. Admiralty law, oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose. Stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers, the line is drawn. No more shadows, no two Americas, one republic, one commander-in-chief, one law, common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The republic is back. Sovereign unbreakable. We witness history. True American republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, wars, and rumors of wars. Thursday, March 12th, the dominoes are falling and they can't be stopped. Mr. Poole, the final chapter on Telegram. Iran's supreme leader, dead. Navy destroyed. Gold vaults emptied. New leader, Mohattaba Khamenei, named on March 9th. Israeli intelligence gave him 72 hours to surrender or join his father. Venezuela, Maduro captured February 23rd. $1.2 billion in gold bars found in his private bunker. CIA Director Burns personally flew to Caracas to retrieve a laptop containing the names of every deep state operative in Latin America. Cuba, Trump said it today. It's running on fumes. Friendly takeover or not so friendly, it really doesn't matter. 3 countries, 3 communist regimes, 3 down in 17 days. This was never random. This is Operation Falling Crown. Signed by Trump on January 20th, 2017. His first hour in office, a single classified page, a map with 7 red circles. Each circles equal a deep state financial stronghold used to launder money, hide stolen gold, traffic children, and fund operations against the American people. The 7 dominoes. Iran, fallen March 1st, 2026. Venezuela, fallen February 23rd, 2026. Cuba, falling now. Ukraine, April 2026. The $175 billion wasn't aid. It was payment to destroy biolabs, servers, and financial evidence. Zelensky has been given a deadline. North Korea, classified. And then we have something blocked out, classified. The 7th is not a country. It's the institution that printed your money for 112 years, Federal Reserve. Every cartel, every trafficking route, every dark money pipeline, all connected to these 7 points. Remove them and the entire system collapses. Trump told the Joint Chiefs on March 3rd, 2026, we don't negotiate with dominoes, we push them. The Pentagon confirmed today that 47,000 troops are now positioned across 3 theaters, the largest military deployment since World War II, not for war, for cleanup. When the 7th domino falls, the emergency broadcast system activates. 10 days, 8 hours a day, every screen. The countdown started on February 23rd. It ends when the last circle goes dark. 7 circles, 3 down, the clock is running. They told you this was about oil. It was never about oil. It's about freeing the world from the people who owned it. Share this before the next domino falls.
Back to Iran. What's happening next? Most of what has to happen has happened.
Khomeini's been gone for quite some time. I think you and I agreed to this last year, probably in the fall. We're in a show. I said, what do you think, Colonel? I think Khomeini's already dead. They already got him. We are watching the movie. What do you think? Are we right?
Yeah. It's like Venezuela. The preconditions, all the preliminary operations, before phase 1, you got all the prelim ops go in. That's taken care of. The job's done. And now what we are seeing, and we've been saying this for a long time now, if it's on the screen in front of you, this is now the reveal of something that happened some time ago.
Yep.
So that doesn't mean there aren't real ops going on now. There are, without a doubt. We've had direct comments from people saying Dubai, confirming what's going on there. This is a scattered, desperate counterattack by the remaining forces in Iran. Nothing significant is left, hasn't been for some time. But now they're allowed to see a small counter push by the remaining elements of the Iranian military forces, but nothing substantive. That's why it's been allowed to play out, because they've already won the war, and now they're showing the people what's happened. So what we're going to see is exactly what we saw in Venezuela. A short, sharp, kinetic element preceded by massive preliminary operations, and then the handover to the number 2 in Iran, and they get to run their own country.
Guru Information and Intel, Thursday, March 12th. Juan O'Savin exposes the greatest lie. Trump launches full assault on global cabal. Mass arrests imminent. Election fraud crashing down. Honest money returning. Patriots, the storm is unleashed. Juan O'Savin on Telegram. Patriots, Juan O'Savin just dropped the hammer on the biggest lie ever pushed, that elections were fair and the cabal unbeatable. President Trump is executing a flawless strategy to crush every distraction and foreign interference choking freedom worldwide. Core mission, honest elections and honest money, the weapons that will destroy the matrix forever. The 2020 theft was global. Venezuelan hackers rigged 71 countries. Serbia servers owned by John Brennan manipulated votes. Chinese ballots flooded in. Iranian propaganda hubs just obliterated. Grand juries hear explosive testimony now with hard evidence. Russia hoax was a distraction. Real war targets free elections planet-wide. Arrests rolling fast. John Brennan leads the first major wave. CIA traitor tied to worldwide fraud. Obama in the stack. Hillary falls this fall. Gitmo expands for global traders. Cuba deal seals easy access. Venezuela freed. Massive street celebrations as Maduro's grip shattered. Iran's terror network cracking. Underground Christian boom thanks to Trump. Israel hammer blows. Italy defunds radical Iranian ops. Exposes the largest embassy as jihad launchpad. Trump gutted USAID slush funds, NPR propaganda. Now tariffs launch external revenue service. IRS is dying. Bureaucracy halved. Swamp screams. Bond crisis engineered worse than 2008 by the City of London cabal. But Trump strikes first. VP Vance drives metals-backed currency, mining surges. Fiat fraud ends. Spiritual fire ignites. Trump summons patriots to D.C. May 17th for national rededication to God. 49 days prayer to July 4th, 250th. Covenant like Mayflower. Jubilee energy flows. Debts forgiven, America reborn. Prayer without ceasing fuels victory. Cabal tentacles targeted, Brussels pedo central. Congo millions dead under Iran-China mining. South Africa nukes nearly stolen. Trump exposes all. Foreign war on America via rigged votes. Act of war repaid. EBS truth drops incoming. Child trafficking, fraud, bioweapons exposed. Worst yet to come, but divine protection holds. Trump survived assassination. God's act. Rededicate personally. Show up May 17th. We liberate 72 nations from stolen elections. Fiat chains, honest elections, honest money. God's justice. Greatest awakening explodes. Trust the plan. Pray hard. Watch evil crumble. Where we go one, we go all. What we think we know as of March 2026, Thursday, March 12th, the NYPD bomb squad has evacuated Gracie Mansion and shut down 10 surrounding blocks after a suspicious package was discovered in a nearby park, with authorities conducting a full investigation as New York remains on high alert. Dan Scavino on Telegram. Thursday, March 12th, bombshell. Trump considers pardoning Assange and Snowden. The deep state's worst nightmare just got real. AMG News. Thursday, March 12th, Fox News breaking. Schumer's Democrat shutdown. 300 TSA quit. Absences double. Paychecks gone. Airports in chaos with hours-long lines. Simple fix. Nuke the filibuster and fund DHS. Thursday, March 12th, breaking special report. Trump shocks global elites. Lloyd's of London forced to reverse Hormuz shipping blockade. Thursday, March 12th, congressional hearing. Bober, implant aborted baby parts into lab animals? Have you heard of that sort of research? Goodman, we did an analysis showing that over 90% of experiments using human fetal tissue and putting them in animals were funded by Fauci's NIAID. Thursday, March 12th, Uruguay, Iran. Holy crap, a base lawmaker in Uruguay just obliterated leftist hypocrisy about Islam and Iran. She puts on a burqa and says, this is what women in Iran wear every day. If they take it off, they get acid thrown in their faces. That's what those who support Iran defend.
You.
Voter fraud, Thursday, March 12, 2026. Wow, George Soros funded a ballot measure called Proposition 64. The money from that measure was supposed to go to substance abuse. Instead, California Democrats redirected all the money, $370 million, into registering voters. The White House on Telegram. This is a sophisticated money laundering scheme. Here's what happened. California Doge found California Democrats used a state agency called Elevate Youth to launder taxpayer money into registering voters. Elevate Youth funneled money, $370 million, meant for substance abuse, help to get out the vote in organizing for Democrats. That's unbelievable. They're straight up evil. Elevate Youth is funded through Proposition 64. Proposition 64 was a ballot measure that was sponsored by, of course, George Soros. So again, let me break that down. George Soros paid for a fake ballot measure, claiming it would help victims of substance abuse. Once passed, all the money collected in new taxes from that ballot measure was then redirected into registering voters and organizing. California Democrats need to go to prison.
Now, over the next 10 days, Steve, we're going to have a lot more. We are going to be able to get, for the first time, I've been able to start processing these documents, large body of evidence that's in the intelligence community that raises concerns about foreign interference in our elections. That'll probably be the end of this week or early next week. The documents are explosive. They're really remarkable. And what's most remarkable is that all this has been kept a secret from the American people, possibly President Trump in some cases, until recently, of course, when his team told him. I think there's a lot there. And then in between those two things, we're going to reveal another code-named FBI investigation that targeted President Trump, one you've never heard of before, one that may be among the most troubling. We have Crossfire Hurricane, of course. We've got Plasmic Echo, and we have the third one that targeted the January 6th investigation, Arctic Frost. There's another one that is really deeply troubling. It's troubling to the FBI. It's troubling to the intelligence community. It seems to involve speech delimiters. In other words, if you said something or you spoke a certain way about a certain issue, you potentially were deemed a national security threat to the United States, and you were put under an assessment and potentially criminal investigation. Because I was targeted in 2022, I had to cooperate with the Justice Department. When the Justice Department and I talked, they realized that their entire theory of the case was ludicrous. But as a result of that, I've been on a 2.5, 3-year mission to get these documents, to get the truth out about what happened. Recently, FBI agents working for Kash Patel found this operation, found the skiff that it was hidden, found the code word name for it, found the prohibited access files. So one of the things that Chris Wray's people did is they would start these political investigations targeting Trump or even someone else. They would keep it off the books. Most people could not see it in the FBI Sentinel system. This one was one of those well hidden. As a result of some senior leadership that worked around Kash Patel. You know, there were people that were in this era that knew what was going on. In some cases, maybe even been required to work on certain things. They knew what was going on, and they've been guiding Kash Patel to these records and helping him find these records in the labyrinth of secrecy that Chris Wray's FBI created. So these senior executives are really helping uncover some really jaw-dropping stuff. And I think in the next couple of days, people will see that as well. And so the focus in this grand jury subpoena that went in the last few days to Maricopa County, seized many gigabytes of election data, is the 2024 election, which is interesting because President Trump won there. But there is a discovery that was made by congressional observers. Every year, the House Administration Committee sends observers, one Democrat, one Republican, to various voting centers. One of the teams, the Republican Democrat team that went to Maricopa County, observed something very disturbing. They took pictures. They wrote a long report. Congressman Abe Hamadeh hinted at this in an oversight letter recently. The information in that report was so troubling to the FBI, and when coupled to the things that the Arizona Senate found in 2020 that were raised as concerns, and the things that Hamadeh and Kerry Lake raised in 2022, they were able to get a grand jury subpoena from a federal grand jury and execute the transmission of a large amount of voter data. They're going to go through that data looking for some of the telltale signs that were in this congressional report. I hope in the next couple of days to make that congressional report public so everybody can see what it was that observers on Brian Stiles' House Administration Committee saw. Brian Stile himself acknowledged that they were working with federal authorities on this specific Arizona matter. So you got Congress working with the FBI. And I think this is phase 2 of about a 5-phase look at states, particularly blue states or blue areas of states, where elections are not administered the way the law says they're supposed to be. And as a result, the FBI may come in and prosecute people because it is a federal felony if you don't follow your state's laws, if you don't treat everybody the same under your state law. So that's where.
Thursday, March 12th, the Q clock has ended. On Wednesday, May 1st at 11:11, the final marker hit. Now it's the return of Q. President Donald Trump has given the green light. Operation Storm launches full force. The global military alliance moves in to seize major fake news outlets and trigger mass arrests of the cabal elite. The world will never be the same. Trust the plan. Enjoy the show. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. The storm is here, patriots. The final boom shakes everything loose. The deep state Satan-worshipping child traffickers who funded their horrors through CIA black ops, Illuminati banks, and the Vatican Ninth Circle are crumbling. Trump declared war on them before even taking office years ago. Now the hammer drops. Millions of innocent children were already rescued from dumbs worldwide. Though many lost to these monsters, local satanic covens rounded up daily. Global currency reset ignites right now. Gold-backed currencies flood in across 209 nations as the fiat death spiral ends. Quantum financial system activates fully. Sovereign treasuries take control. No more income tax slavery. Tariffs fund the republic. New sales tax on goods only. Nisara Jasara announcements hit any moment, wiping out debt, unleashing prosperity funds, R&R allowances, and massive Social Security boosts. Bondholders and Zim redeemers step up first. Humanitarian projects explode with wealth. Emergency broadcast system primed and countdown begun via Starlink. Worldwide blackout looms. 10 days of darkness descend soon to shield the public while military locks down pedophile networks and cabal puppets. Stock food, water, cash. Banks go dark during the transition. Martial law enforces order as the storm rages. Global arrests, dumb clearances, fake media blackouts. The fake news switchover to truth begins, exposing everything. Pizzagate, adrenochrome empires, election theft, bioweapon labs. Trump's green light unleashes the real patriots. White hats in total control. JFK Jr. steps forward soon. Alive, leading as vice president in the restored republic. The republic rises under original constitutional law. No more U.S. Inc. corporation chains. With world financial collapse pending, bank ATM closures across the globe, Trump releases the global currency reset. EBS expected to activate within 24 hours, rolling blackouts, emergency lockdowns, prepare for 10 days of darkness, secure food, cash essentials, while global military alliance makes mass arrests. Trust the plan. Pray. Judy note. Early Wednesday morning, March 11, 2026, the White House in Washington, D.C. was engulfed in red lights, signifying that the global military alliance was making mass arrests of Satan-worshipping treasonous pedophiles. The military emergency broadcast system was expected to activate within the next 24 hours. The world's biggest economies were broke and falling apart. The U.S., Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand could not keep up with their debt. With the world about to go through a terrible financial collapse, President Trump has activated the global currency reset and Nasar release under the new and secure quantum financial system. Rolling blackouts had already been activating all across the world. People have received EAS activation notifications in Ohio, California, Carolina, Alaska, Virginia, New York, Arizona, and Texas. The EBS was about to go live in Florida and Pennsylvania. The emergency lockdowns included travel restrictions, virtual ID to enter businesses, bank closures, and ATMs won't work. You were advised to stock up on food, water, cash, and essentials. The arrests of global elites were badly needed. Peoples of the world were fully under control of private entities funded by evil, Satan-worshipping globalist powers of the United Nations, World Health Organization, World Economic Forum, and NATO. For years, they had been using censorship, intimidation, psychiatricization, arrests, and total media silence to crush any resistance. Archbishop Vigano said it all. The globalist criminal elite regime has infiltrated into the highest levels of Western institutions and governments to implement the criminal plan of Agenda 2030, to completely control peoples of the world by 2030. And they persecute anyone who dares to speak the truth. On Wednesday, March 11th, the Global Military Alliance uncovered proof that Iran had a long-term plan to use mega drones to bomb the West Coast this month. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department put out an elevated alert amid current global events and the ongoing Middle East conflict. Authorities were increasing patrols around places of worship and key sites, monitoring potential threats, and urging residents to report suspicious activity. Boom, Archbishop Vigano blows up the internet. Global elites have seized governments. Fuel Mick, in prison, criminals in power video. Global currency reset, Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. Foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B, us the internet group, watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your currency exchange bond redemption appointment. QFS secrets on Telegram. Wednesday, March 11th, attention. Global financial emergency. The global currency reset is here. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. The world is about to go through a terrible financial collapse. The global currency reset, GCR, Nasara, and the quantum financial system are no longer just rumors. The storm is here and the powerful are working hard to keep the damage from spreading before you find out the truth. The Black Swan event is happening right in front of us. The world's biggest economies are broke. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand can't keep up with their debt any longer. The economy is falling apart, and a huge change is on the way that will affect everything. The Great Reset or the People's Reset. They want to keep you busy while they change the financial order in secret. The QFS is going to replace the corrupt banking system that has kept us in chains for hundreds of years, though. People say that this system is backed by gold and is fully decentralized. It will get rid of central banks and the criminal control over the world's money. The elites are aware that time is running out for them. They need the crash to happen the way they want it to. They need you not to be ready, but we can see through their lies. The emergency broadcast system is on its way. The EBS is ready to go in the middle of all this chaos. Why? The world will enter a new era of financial independence. When the markets crash, the banks go under, and the truth about Nasara comes out. We've reached the point of no return. The Federal Reserve is no more. The IMF is in a hurry. The dollar is falling apart, and the fiat money system is going up in flames. What will come out of the ashes? A fair system backed by assets that gives power back to the people. What you need to do right now? Get cash in hand before the banks close. Get rid of fiat money right away. Gold, silver, cryptocurrencies will be the new money base. Look out for EBS activation. The last revelation is on its way. The elites are scared because the people are becoming aware. The storm is here and nothing can stop what's about to happen. Get ready for the worst because the financial war is about to reach its peak. Wednesday, March 11th, breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developing behind the scenes, could be announced by official notifications at any time. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Worldwide activation. The live phase of the reset is rapidly approaching. Financial authorities and central banks from various regions are coordinating to confirm the changeover in unison. The new quantum-secured monetary system will start functioning publicly as soon as the switch is recognized. Access wallet. There will be detailed instructions on how to get into the QFS wallet. I'll be one of the first to access the updated digital assets by logging in. The rollout may include secure system alerts or encrypted app updates. But because of the thorough planning that has already been done, it should be easy. Resetting finances. The wallet interface will instantly display new currency values. Automatic adjustments may be made to debts, balances, or legacy accounts. The quantum ledger will log every update, guaranteeing total transparency and verifiable transaction records. Seamless transition. Every previous trial has been successful. A fully offline, error-free, quantum-safe transfer was one of the most recent test operations. It is anticipated that the transition will go smoothly and without major disruption because the infrastructure is stable and support teams are in place. Everything is in order. The structure is prepared. A historic change in global finance is just a few hours away. So make sure your notifications are turned on. Judy note. We have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem them at an RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at an RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as commander-in-chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign tied overseas bases and Commonwealth linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose: stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn. No more shadows. No two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law. Common law. QAnons, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars and rumors of wars. Wednesday, March 11, 2026, Iranian explosive-laden boats hit 2 fuel tankers in Iraqi waters. Initial investigation from Iraqi security officials shows. Wednesday, March 11th, Douglas Macgregor warns that if nuclear weapons are used in Iran, it will be done by Benjamin Netanyahu and his government. He says Netanyahu is getting desperate because Iran is refusing to submit to his demands. Macgregor says Netanyahu is in total control of the U.S. government through Zionist billionaires. Netanyahu is going to do whatever Netanyahu wants to do. SG Anon on Telegram.
And inside Iran itself, something really extraordinary is happening. The Arab tribal leaders in the country's oil region, this is the place that produces about 60% of Iran's crude, just issued a statement calling for a free Iran and the end of the Islamic Republic. That is massive. New York Times led with photos of people mourning the Ayatollah. But buried deep in the story are the lines that show Iranians are saying they actually hope the bombing continues if it means the regime falls. Wait, what? When is the last time you heard a people in a nation say, please, America, continue to bomb because you can't stop until the job is done? Why does the New York Times show the 10% instead of the 90%?
One of the largest, maybe arguably the greatest single hub of pedophilia on planet Earth. With it's just one incident after another of the pedophiles working out of Brussels. Out into the world. So I mean that's a hub of pedophilia into the world. So you wonder what's the connection between that and the management, if you will, of European Union and other stuff. There's a club operating. They mutually self-promote to hold control, to keep control over leadership across the world. So. That's what we're fighting. Trump has 2 things that are at the core of everything he wants to do. Number one is honest elections. You actually get the people into power that the ones you're voting for, and then honest money. And so that's the other huge battle that is going on right now. Treasury versus Federal Reserve. And you see it with the banks and their alignments into the metals and silver and gold and things like that. So there's a huge push taking place within the administration, moving us back to a metals-backed economy and getting mining going here in America for our own silver and gold. Vice President Vance is leading that charge. In fact, I have meetings when we're in Vegas on other stuff. I have other meetings related to mining that have been built around that. And so I've got people coming into town before and after on some of those issues. And we're going to go back to a metals-backed currency. That's so honest elections, honest money. And they are very tied together. Much of the mischief going on across the world is with this false fiat money and the ability to fund different things to which are really un-American, things that aren't even approved by Congress or the American people. The one things that I do want people to be thinking about, being there at the National Mall on May 17th, which President Trump has asked for, 49 days before the big July 4th celebrations of America's 250th year since the signing of the Constitution. I think that's an important thing, and that everybody should prayerfully consider, being involved, showing up. We had something arguably well over 1 million, nearing 2 million people who were present on January 6th of 2021. And present to be accounted for. We didn't go there to riot. We didn't go there to do an insurrection. We went there to be present to make sure that Congress knew that we were concerned about what was going on, validating, certifying an election that had all sorts of problems. They went ahead and did it anyway. Now you're about to find out, and President Trump's asked us to come be present prayerfully. Relations of what has happened within the elections is going to shake the country to the core. You had foreign interference, an act of war by China and other countries and intelligence agencies and private money individuals that attacked America to put somebody into office, in the highest office in the land, most powerful office in the world, through falsity, through a fraudulent election. The fallout from that is going to be absolutely stunning. We've been called to prayer prior to and during which time a lot of these things have to be addressed. And so we don't address it just militaristically. We don't address it just politically. We don't address it, with coming off the rails as a people. We prayerfully come back, go to our roots, and look how to get the country back on track again, prayerfully, after we've been attacked. And that's what Trump is doing. He's eliminating their ability to attack us in the meantime while we get in a position. Think of any sports star, any runner, and before the contest begins, you'll kind of get set. If you're in the boxing ring, even if it's 5th, 8th, 10th round, you get out there and you get into a position and you re-engage, and you don't just walk out there casually. You go out in a stance ready to fight. We've got the whole world on the line. It's not just America that's on the line. 71 countries plus the United States had their elections stolen from them.
What we think we know as of Thursday, March 12, 2026. Wednesday, March 11, 2026, U.S. Democratic Presidents Obama and Biden both funded Iran, which then funded the terrorist groups Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, which were funding terrorist plots against the U.S. So President Trump was taking them down. But the Democrats were trying to undermine everything he was doing to make America great again. And now they wonder why the Democrat Party was plummeting in popularity. Duh. In 2022, Obama Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that Iran was rapidly accelerating its nuclear program, had reduced cooperation with inspectors, and was only a couple of weeks away from being able to make a nuclear weapon. Then, the following year, without any indication that Iran was doing anything different, Obama released $6 billion in cash to Iran without an explanation as to why. Duh. Wednesday, March 11, 2026. 56% of Americans now believe Charlie Ward on Telegram. Wednesday, March 11th, FBI warns California that Iran could try to attack West Coast with drones in retaliation for war. Just the news. Wednesday, March 11th, breaking alert. Trump demands Congress pass the SAVE Act, the 5-line bill that could change everything. Wednesday, March 11th, breaking special report. Core inflation falls to 2.5%. Trump vindicated as Fed faces pressure to cut rates and replace Jerome Powell. Wednesday, March 11th, just in. Trump issues ultimatum to Iran. Remove the mines or face military consequences.
Good morning. It's Thursday. It's the 12th of March, 2026, and so much is happening. This week is an important week along with next week. There's a lot happening behind the scenes, and there was a little bit of excitement overnight as Donald Trump was speaking from the White House. Suddenly, halfway through his speech, the screen went green. And for those people who follow Q and the Q drops, you'll know what that means. That means green is for go. That is, we're moving into the next phase of the financial system change. So there was a lot of excitement because what we're living through right now is a movie. I've told you this before. I use the word pantomime because I know what's really going on in Iran and Israel. And what's coming out in the media is nothing like what's really happening. There is semblance there of what's happening, but there's so much that is misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Because from the people on the ground, we get a very different story. So the outcome of that is the fact that this is all distraction, which is what I've always said. This is to take your eyes away from the collapse of the old system. The old financial system is all going. It's gone. Now you're seeing it play out. So don't live in fear. Live in the knowledge that things are going to get better. They may get a little bit worse beforehand, but hopefully you're prepared for that. But enjoy. The Middle East crisis right now is manufactured. There's absolutely no logical reason why America would go to war against Iran. None. Zero. If you can give me one good reason why America has gone to war against Iran, you're a very, very smart man or woman. Because there's no logical reason. The emotional reason is Israel told me to do it. Because they wanted control. They wanted control of the money. They wanted control of the natural resources. Those days are over. And I said to you 4 years ago, the final part would be that Iran will take out Israel. Now, for people on the ground in Israel, that's exactly what's happening. But because mainstream media is owned by Israel, we're not hearing it.
Government fraud, Wednesday, March 11th. Stacey Abrams founded an NGO and 30 days later was sent $2 billion by the Biden administration. As of today, she has not had to give a single penny back. There's many cases like this.
Treasury orders major IRS audits in massive Minnesota welfare fraud case. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. A major financial investigation is underway after U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent ordered the Internal Revenue Service to launch large-scale audits, targeting banks and financial intermediaries connected to a massive welfare fraud scandal in Minnesota. According to Treasury officials, the audits will focus on financial institutions, money service businesses, and transaction networks that may have facilitated the movement and laundering of billions of dollars in fraudulent public funds. The investigation centers on what authorities describe as one of the largest welfare fraud schemes in recent U.S. history. Prosecutors allege that funds intended for social service programs, including food aid and child care, assistance were diverted through fraudulent organizations and shell entities. Treasury estimates suggest that as much as $18 billion in taxpayer funds may have moved through complex financial channels connected to the scheme. Instead of focusing solely on individual fraud suspects, The new strategy expands the investigation to the financial systems that process the transactions. The IRS Civil Enforcement Division has been directed to conduct forensic audits of banks and money transfer services that handled the suspicious flows. Officials say the goal is to identify whether financial institutions failed to detect or report suspicious transactions tied to the fraud network. The probe is expected to examine bank records, international transfers, and transaction structures used to move funds through intermediaries and overseas accounts. Authorities believe that fraudulent organizations created fake service providers and used financial channels to move money rapidly between accounts, making detection more difficult. The Treasury Department says the investigation will determine whether financial institutions complied with anti-money laundering laws and reporting requirements. The case has already sparked political debate in Minnesota and Washington, as lawmakers from both parties call for deeper investigations into how such large sums could move through public programs without detection. Supporters of the crackdown say expanding audits to financial institutions represents a shift toward holding the entire financial pipeline accountable, not just the individuals accused of fraud. Critics caution that the investigation could take years and will require extensive financial analysis to determine where the money ultimately went. For now, federal officials say the audits are only the beginning of what could become a wide-ranging financial investigation into the networks that enabled one of the largest alleged welfare fraud operations in the country. As the investigation unfolds, authorities say their focus remains clear: follow the money, identify the facilitators, and recover stolen taxpayer funds wherever possible.
Voter fraud, Wednesday, March 11th, Wisconsin. We only have 4 million adults in the state of Wisconsin, but 7.13 million are on the voter rolls. That grows almost daily. It never ends. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Wednesday, March 11th, Arizona. Since the FBI just secretly seized election records from Maricopa County, Arizona, and there are allegations of over 300,000 fraudulent ballots, they need to investigate the never-ending amount of trucks that were delivering ballots days after the 2020 election from Runbeck. The ballots after Election Day did not coincide with voter rolls or have any type of chain of custody. Don't forget, Runbeck verifies ballots as well. So how did so many ballots with fraudulent signatures and other irregularities pass verification for authenticity? Runbeck also prints, marks, transports, verifies, and creates ballots, all with no oversight. The writing is on the wall. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Trump issues national alert. Black Swan cyber attack event pending. Total paralysis of the continental United States. Power grids feeding California, Texas, and the Midwest industrial belt. Financial clearing systems. Anchored in New York and Chicago. Communications backbone. Servers clustered in Virginia and Colorado in coordinated ways to kill electricity, freeze banking transactions, sever internet and cellular networks simultaneously. Prepare for 48-hour worldwide blackout, 10 days of communication darkness, emergency lockdowns, while Global Military Alliance does mass arrests of Satan-worshipping traitors. Have food, water, cash, and essentials on hand. Sovereign United States now under common law. Where we go one, we go all. Trust the plan. On Monday, March 9th, 2026, the United States government issued an official national alert confirming that a massive cyber attack was pending. Internally, officials have classified the threat as an engineered black swan event. This alert originated directly from the White House under President Donald Trump, who has spent his second term systematically dismantling the networks now launching this strike. The global elites and their deep state operators embedded inside the CIA and NASA executed the authorization through secure command channels at Langley and Fort Meade. The target was total paralysis of the continental United States, power grids feeding California, Texas, and the Midwest industrial belt, financial clearing systems anchored in New York and Chicago, communications backbone servers clustered in Virginia and Colorado, zero-day exploits combined with pre-installed persistent backdoors will trigger in coordinated ways to kill electricity, freeze every banking transaction, and sever internet and cellular networks simultaneously. This is the operational reality of how the machine works when President Trump gets too close to exposing it all. Global currency reset, Friday, March 6th. White House gave the go as of 00.01 today. The gold asset-backed quantum financial system fully synchronized with NESARA protocols, and along with the debt jubilee and emergency broadcast system activated globally, the federal fiat dollar died. Stolen loot has been frozen via the QFS. No more fiat slavery. EBS signals live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream media narratives. Mass arrests of deep state operatives continue in silence. High-profile names already in custody under military tribunals. On Sunday, March 8th, quantum financial system fully ignited in 209 nations. Gold-backed currencies replace worthless fiat. NESARA activates. National debts wiped. Mortgages zeroed. Illegal taxes vanished. 15% flat sales tax only. Humanitarian funds pour out. Zim redemptions explode for projects that heal the world. Trump's sovereign treasury roars back. Tariffs crush globalist leeches. No more Fed cabal control. Freedom roars. Global EBS broadcasts. Medbed proofs exposing suppressed Tesla tech hidden since World War II. Monday, March 9th, breaking special report. BlackRock's $26 billion fund faces unprecedented redemption wave. BlackRock's $26 billion fund hit with $1.2 billion. Monday, March 9th, 1913, the year America lost financial freedom. The Fed, income tax, Rockefeller Foundation, JP Morgan, and the Titanic questions. The system that still controls your money. Monday, March 9th, boom, U.S. debt clock drops bombshell. Universal high income and a new Treasury dividend dollar could change America's economy forever.
First wave of NESARA activation reported. The MAGA King on Telegram. United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia are now being reported as the first nations entering the initial phase of the NESARA transition. As of 4 o'clock ET, multiple channels claim that gold and asset-backed currencies have been activated, signaling the beginning of a major shift in the global financial architecture. Quantum financial system QFS interfaces are said to be updating in real time. Legacy fiat structures are reportedly being phased out. Rainbow currencies and asset-backed units are appearing across internal banking displays. Personal financial profiles are synchronizing with the new ledger, while illegitimate debts are being cleared from the system. Financial observers describe this moment as the opening stage of a worldwide monetary reset, where transparency, asset backing, and quantum-secured transactions replace the legacy banking framework. The transition has begun. The Golden Age era is now unfolding. Judy note. It is advised to exchange. Redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at ARC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at ARC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at ARC. Over $1 trillion in taxpayer money is stolen each year, and the deep state is orchestrating it. The money vanishes into terrorism, child trafficking, and luxury for criminals, while hardworking Americans foot the bill. This is treason hidden in plain sight. The deep state engine behind the fraud? You want to know how $1 trillion disappears every year without triggering full-blown revolt? Simple. Because the system that's stealing it was built to be untraceable. The deep state isn't a theory. It's an operational machine embedded across federal agencies, third-party contractors, intelligence-linked NGOs, and digital ghost identities. They don't need to hack the system. They are the system. They exploit chaos. They design complexity, and every dollar stolen funds their next move. Power, silence, and control. This isn't just fraud. It's an infrastructure of criminal sovereignty. The biggest heist in human history. Every single year, $1 trillion in U.S. taxpayer money is lost to fraud. That's not a typo. That's $115 million every hour, $1.9 million every minute, and $32,000 every second. And where does it go? Terrorism, designer bags, drugs, yachts, NGO front groups. Not to the American people, not to roads, not to vets. It funds the enemy, and it robs the working class blind. This isn't negligence. This is a coordinated, systemic financial rape of the American public.
Where is this money going? I mean, we know where some of it's going in Minnesota. It went overseas. It went to Somalia. It went to NGO fronts. We know where it's gone in some other states. California gave away billions of dollars to a pro-Hamas NGO. But $1 trillion nationally. Where's this money going to?
I appreciate that question because most people don't ask that question. It goes to terrorism. It goes to child trafficking. It goes to drugs. It goes to terrorism. And then it's used to purchase luxury items, cars, purses, homes. That's all funded by people like me that pay taxes.
So you're telling me that the electrician who goes to work every day and clocks in and works his butt off and tries to earn just enough to be able to, make his rent, maybe have a kid or two, put food on the table, his tax money is being used to buy other people luxury items, cars, yachts, whatever else, and is going to fund terrorism?
Yes, sir.
$1 trillion a year on this stuff?
$115 million an hour.
$115 million an hour. How do they get in their hands on it? What are we talking about here? Trends, national organizations, criminal networks? How do they get their hands on this money?
They take advantage of antiquated government systems and processes. They go into programs that they know elected and appointed officials won't touch, and they can steal at scale. Between the PPP loans and the unemployment insurance, they learned a really valuable lesson. Government never runs out of money, and the probability of getting caught is virtually zero. I have it at 0.1%.
So come back to the recommendations that you mentioned in your opening statement. What do we need to do to put a stop to this hemorrhaging of people's hard-earned money going overseas to finance child trafficking and luxury yachts? I mean, what needs to happen here?
It's really simple. It's used every single day in the commercial sector. Front-end identity verification, you just don't get to say, I am who I say I am. Second, recertification of all the recipients. There is so much fraud right now in the benefit programs all across the country. We need to get a baseline. Third, this notion of a third-party independent audit. And finally, is involving federal law enforcement like the Secret Service to investigate it. The thing that people don't understand is that most of these beneficiaries, Senator, they're not real. They're fake. They're someone's stolen identity that is getting used in all 50 states.
Wars, and rumors of wars. Monday, March 9th, pending. A 48-hour worldwide blackout. Where we go one, we go all. U.S. sovereign, under common law. 10 days darkness, trust the plan, storm rages, patriots. Operation Epic Fury obliterates Iranian terror regime. B-2 bombers hammer 200-plus targets in 72 hours. Collapsing underground missile cities around Tehran with 2,000-pound penetrators. Launchers vaporized instantly, operatives buried alive. Space Force satellites detect and destroy every attempt. Iran Space Command gone. Cyber hubs smashed. 30-plus warships sunk, including a massive drone carrier now ablaze. Navy torpedoes claim first enemy kill since World War II. Air dominance total. Proxies crumbling. Nuclear threat erased forever. Trump watches with approval as deep state puppets meet their end. And just a side note, also Iran is pummeling Israel pretty good. I mean, they're getting hit all the time. And the Golden Dome doesn't seem to be catching what's coming through. I guess that's part of the plan. Constitutional Republic restored. Trump invokes Article 2. Dissolves foreign U.S. Inc. Ends Admiralty Law. Sovereign common law reigns. Starlink seizes global comms. Deep state severed. 1 million white hat troops lock nation. Space Force rules skies. Historic March 5th, 2026 raids. Nabbed high-value targets. Decades of evil names no longer free. Assets froze. Legacy shells empty. Quantum financial system live in 209 nations. Accounts mirrored. Fiat shattered. Iris gone. Fed rotting. Sovereign treasury feels freedom via tariffs. Sales tax ends income slavery. Humanitarian funds surge through military channels. 10 Days of Darkness active. Total blackout of devices incoming. Light returns with emergency broadcasts dropping truth bombs. Declassified footage, confessions, children rescued from elite tunnels, under schools, and mansions. Mass arrests explode. Pedo-Satanists face tribunals. Vatican Ninth Circle exposed as trafficking architects. Epstein files confirm blackmail empires. Obama-Biden pipelines to horrors. 550,000 missing kids. Thousands freed. Adrenochrome farms crushed. Trump voids fraudulent orders. Starlink overrides comms. Debt dies. Prosperity floods. Great awakening peaks. Evil eradicated. Light triumphs. Iran's war plans against U.S. forces exposed. Missiles, drones, sleepers in America, but Trump crushed it ahead. Sleeper cells locked in Austin, Tampa, Miami, D.C., New York City, Chicago, L.A. White House dismantled cabal one by one. China, North Korea threats hollow. Storm full force. Demons panic. Empire collapses. Children saved. Wicked fall biblically. Martial law secures takedown. QFS delivers righteous wealth. God wins huge. This is the movie done years ago, now unfolding. Stock up, pray hard, stay vigilant. Trump leads, White Hat's flawless, puppet masters fall, Soros caged, empire frozen, election fraud exposed, Dominion tied to global cartel, truth surges, Iran falls, freedom rises, hold the line, victory ours, where we go one, we go all. Monday, March 9th, the war isn't about Iran, it never was. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. They named Khomeini's son, Mujtaba Khomeini. The man Trump said was unacceptable is now the supreme leader of Iran. Israel responded in 14 minutes, we will pursue the successor, consider yourselves warned. But here's what no one is asking. Why did Trump let them choose him? Why is the most powerful military on earth watching 88 old men in a bunker? Because Trump doesn't care who sits on that throne. He cares about what's underneath it. $127 billion in gold buried under 4 Iranian cities. Iran's central bank holds one of the largest undeclared gold reserves on earth. $127 billion stored in underground vaults beneath Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, and Mashhad. This gold was never Iran's. It was moved there between 2009 and 2016 during the Obama administration. Through Swiss intermediaries, Chinese state banks, and the same shell companies that laundered money for the Clinton Foundation. The Iran nuclear deal wasn't about nuclear weapons. It was about creating a vault, a place to hide the deep state's gold outside the reach of U.S. auditors. Obama's $1.7 billion ransom payment on pallets? That wasn't ransom. That was a deposit receipt. They were paying Iran to hold their gold. Gold just hit 5,100. Ask yourself why. 1 year ago, 2,600. Today, 5,100. Doubled in a straight lineup, starting the exact week Trump took office. Gold has now overtaken the U.S. dollar as the world's largest reserve asset. First time since 1971, analysts project 6,250 by December, but the classified Treasury briefing delivered to Trump on February 28th projects $8,400 by Q1 2027, because by then, the Federal Reserve will no longer exist. Monday, March 9th, Executive Order 14312, the American Gold Standard Act, March 6, 2026. The same day Soros was placed under house arrest, Trump signed Executive Order 14312. No press conference. Page 112 of the Federal Register, title, Restoring Sound Money and Establishing the American Gold Standard. The order directs the Treasury to audit all U.S. gold reserves at Fort Knox, West Point, and the New York Fed within 90 days. Prepare a framework for gold-backed digital currency by September 2026. Freeze all Federal Reserve open market operations pending the audit. Establish a quantum financial system integration task force under the Department of Defense. The QFS isn't coming. It's already being built. Why the war? Why now? Why Iran? Trump isn't bombing Iran to stop missiles. He's bombing Iran to repatriate the gold. Operation Black Sky, the classified order signed on the flight from Dover, isn't about destroying banks. It's about opening the vaults. Every F-35 sortie over Isfahan and Shiraz isn't hitting military targets. They're hitting access points, tunnel networks, elevator shafts leading to the deepest vaults in the Middle East. When those vaults open, the world will see what was hidden. Not just gold, ledgers, names, transactions, every dollar the deep state moved for 20 years. And just a side note, probably a lot of Epstein files and financial records as well. Soros, Clinton, Obama, the Federal Reserve, all connected, all funded through Tehran, all about to be exposed. The war ends when the gold comes home, and the gold is almost home. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. Constitutional Republic of Canada, the only way to Canadian sovereignty. We have a link, no referendum required. Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, and there's a link, Canada, the Illusion Clip 5 Statute of Westminster, 1931.
Terrifying warning. The deep state panics as Trump exposes the Iran puppet masters and their leash on America. Q on Telegram. The storm rages in the Middle East. Patriot Truth bombs falling faster than Iranian missiles. As of March 2026, President Trump launched Operation Epic Fury, a crushing U.S. aerial assault starting February 28th, with nearly 900 strikes in 12 hours, wiping out Iran's missile sites, air defenses, nuclear facilities, and even the supreme leader. Trump demands unconditional surrender, no talks, no mercy, vowing to strip Iran of any threat to America or Israel forever. Mules crumbling, drone, missile attacks down 90%, Navy sunk, command shattered. Israel hammers Tehran deep, hitting Revolutionary Guard oil sites, while U.S. forces own the skies. Red pill truth the fake news hides. This isn't just nukes. Insiders expose Trump still leashed by megadonors who don't eat pork. Pulling strings from shadows. They push this conflict to spike oil, crash economies, drag America into endless war, distracting from the home fight. Trump boasts forcing Israel in, but the base sees, gassed over $3 gallon, trucking halting. Food shelves 3 days from empty, prices soaring, people raging. The old Iran deal was never powered. It was scummy cash narcotics pallets. Billions flown in. Linked black ops and Epstein files buried in Iran, Switzerland, Langley, Greenland. Blackmail gold controlling leaders, keeping the cabal alive. Now, with Iran reeling, those files could explode, outing BlackRock, JP Morgan, the useful giants rigging everything. U.S. arsenal depleted from Ukraine waste and proxy wars. THOD. Patriots low after days of ops, production years behind. Contractors ordered to surge missiles, shells 4 to 5x wear on the brink. USS Abraham Lincoln, a sitting duck in the Gulf. Crew furious from endless tours. Blowback looms. Sleeper cells waken. Ports targeted. War hitting U.S. soil. Austin attacks with property of Allah tags. Just the start. Shia vengeance doctrine runs deep. America first? Fort Knox audit tariff cash funneled to wars, not people. SoftBank yanked $200 billion after tariff clubs. No carrot for factories, jobs. H-1B flood rolls. 30M illegals free. No mass deportations. Sanctuary cities exposed. No jails. USAID fraud uncovered. Cronies walk. Trump eyes Iran regime change. Kurds from Iraq. People rising, but unarmed masses mowed down yet powerless. Cuba next? Maduro, gone. Narco evidence flowing. Oil cut, regime collapsing, soon laundering hub exposed. Trump pushes capitalism, free elections, but DC communists resist. War serves Satan ugly, messy, endless domino blowback. Deep state panics. Exposure nears. XRP mooning as giants profit. Patriots rise. Rural America armed to teeth, rednecks itching. Bring it, globalists. The leash snaps. Truth surges. Pray hard, stay vigilant. Good versus evil. White hats advancing. The awakening is unstoppable.
Monday, March 9th, WANA 7, big update, it's go time. All hell is breaking loose in 48 hours. Wednesday afternoon, March 11th, 2026, WANA 7 on Telegram. The deconstruction is underway, Patriots. That old building coming down piece by piece. Methodical, no debris hitting the new structures. Globalist cabal's facade is collapsing. Interiors gutted. Wires yanked, sorted, and hauled away. Trump and White Hats planned this for decades, gaming every deep state countermove. Banks on high alert for cyber attacks as Iran war escalates. After Al Khamenei airstrike last weekend, mainstream screams Iran, but it's cover. Real target, globalist empire behind City of London, Rothschilds, Davos, Vatican burning, Epstein records, and massive fires. They funnel dirty money through oil, terror pushing one world government under Luciferian control, no nations, no families, just controlled sludge. Trump severed Iran's dollar access last fall, sparked banking crisis, forced their hand. Covert war dismantled lifelines long ago. Leadership headless, Khamenei gone, successor conclave exploded, shoulders and chest taken out, now we hit the guts. Military cleanup nearly done. Power unplugged, strike back, gutted. They will attempt cyber on banks. Blame Iran for Great Reset, but we have anticipated it. Deep state bankers pull plug, not Iran. Trump has them surrounded. Fenced Treasury, attacked PAL, blast banks on Truth Social for sabotaging Genius Act and Clarity Act. Banks undermining Genius Act unacceptable. Crypto agenda stays here, not China. Americans earn money on more on money. Get market structure done ASAP. Bond fraud racket exposed. School districts, stadiums loaded with stolen billions. Post-2008 banks forced to hold 60% plus safe bonds. Titanic redux, cascading collapse engineered. Bush warned act or worldwide crash in 24 hours planned for Hillary. Digital currency didn't happen. Nuke plots, fentanyl bust stopped. We gutted their machine. Mexico cartels finished. Trump ultimatum. Take them out or no trade. President cooperated. Green berets, SEALs assist. Drones, satellites, infiltrations, leaders talking or dead. Draining before World Cup 2026 makes Mexico tourist heaven. Elections, cheating in primaries, late polls in Dallas, Utah ops surfacing fast. If 2026 can't validate secure, full stop, national emergency, executive order coming. Trump won't allow another steal. 80% plus see fraud, restart if needed, fraudsters gone. Spain blocked bases for Iran strikes. Trump cut trade, ties to Mexican elites. Spanish intel, Knights of Malta, LA superintendent raid, illegal since 17. Bond racker, Spanish plant, McAfee vanished to Spain, dead man walking. Casino Royale for Earth, Vice crushing us. Iran one side banking other. Iran taken, other weakens. Deconstruction hits Vatican, Rome, London, DC's occult penis of Osiris layout. Baal, Moloch worshippers exposed via Epstein. Patriots buildings down, no mercy. Trump's team mapped every move. Storm hits. 48 hours unleashes hell on cabal. Stay vigilant. Republic rises. Where we go one, we go all.
Rest assured to the American people, the recent increase in oil and gas prices is temporary, and this operation will result in lower gas prices in the long term. Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly, potentially even lower than they were prior to the start of the operation. And we will live in a world where Iran can no longer threaten the United States or our allies with a nuclear bomb.
What we think we know is of Tuesday, March 10, 2026. Monday, March 9th, Jake Lang unleashes after Muslims try bombing him with an IED at an anti-Islam New York City protest. We voted in a Muslim mayor 2 months ago, and we had the first Muslim terrorist attack on white Christians. He's basically sponsoring a jihad. The New York City bomb was upgraded to a nightmare level. The homemade bomb thrown at anti-Islam protesters in New York City was packed with TATP, triacetone, triperoxide, an enormously volatile, extremely powerful explosive nicknamed Mother of Satan. Mom Donnie doesn't care. JFK Jr. on Telegram. Monday, March 9th, Gitmo braces for Cuba attack after Trump threatens government takeover. Monday, March 9th, 2026, Southwest Airlines Flight 2094 from Nashville to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, was forced to divert to Atlanta. Late last night, after an Arab-looking Muslim passenger on board the plane threatened to blow the plane up with a bomb. You can see the SWAT team apprehend the Muslim passenger, while terrified passengers were forced to put their hands up. Zero media coverage. Share this everywhere. Zero media coverage. Wow. That's pretty out-in-your-face censorship. Deport all Muslims from America. Q Awakening proof on Telegram. Monday, March 9th, Fox News. Lindsey Graham tells America to be prepared for a great reset and to stay tuned for the war against Cuba, saying the liberation of Cuba is incoming. Graham says they are marching through the entire world, cleaning out whoever they think are the bad guys. Cuba is next. Well, it's not exactly happening like that, Lindsey Graham. It's called dismantling the cabal. It's a giant web. Monday, March 9th, the modern-day Democrat Party is not Kennedy's or Clinton's anymore. These people are openly Marxists. Well, Clintons were Marxists and much worse. I'm sorry. They want this country to be destroyed. Obama started us down this path towards Marxism. They hate this country, and they want to destroy it as we know it. We better wake up fast. America is a blessing from God. It's time to reject this woke insanity and stand for America First policies, not this woke commie garbage coming from the left. If you're a Democrat, I'd be embarrassed. I'd be embarrassed to ever say that you were a Democrat because it's so off the charts, infiltrated and Marxist and against America. I'd be just embarrassed. I mean, either you're stupid, really stupid and ill-informed, or you hate America. Monday, March 9th, Obama literally created one of the worst terrorist groups in history by deploying the Brennan CIA to create ISIS, which splintered into a jihadist group in an attempt to overthrow Assad in a disastrous joint covert operation with the CIA in Saudi Arabia, which resulted in over 500,000 people killed and displacing over 10 million in the U.S. proxy war with Syria. All roads lead to Obama. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth on Telegram. Monday, March 9th, Senate hearing confirms American taxpayers are funding all the following foreign terrorist organizations: the Taliban, Shabab in Somalia, Hamza Network in Sudan, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Gaza, Hezbollah, Lebanon, Kataib al-Hezbollah, Iran, Hayat al-Qudr in Syria. Voter fraud. Monday, March 9th, Fox News. Michigan Election Company was transferring American poll worker data to China. He was given the contract by Los Angeles, California Democrats. Traitors. He transferred data on 2 million United States poll workers to China, and the CCP allegedly had a backdoor to the data. Monday, March 9th, a Dominion contractor with 2 degrees swore under oath in her affidavit after working 27 hours at Detroit's TCF Center that she witnessed massive amounts of clear election fraud involving late-night ballot dumps. She detailed how her manager, Nick Economagunas, part owner of Dominion, ordered her there instead of the Detroit Elections Building. She saw vans full of ballots arriving, photos of people carrying ballots out of a Chicago warehouse, and at 4:30 a.m., Mr. Baxter personally brought in boxes from the rear entrance. She stated each box holding approximately 600 ballots, totaling around 50,000 illegal ballots dumped onto tables just before a 6 a.m. shift change. This is exactly the kind of election fraud we've been warning about that was running rampant across the country during the 2020 election. Gitmo now on Telegram. And Monday, March 9, 2026, Smartmatic's board of directors, Peter Neffinger, coincidentally just happened to also be on Joe Biden's transition team, and nobody thought that somebody involved in an election company, directly involved in U.S. elections, specializing in election machines with backdoors as specifically engineered for intentional fraud from Venezuela, that just happened to be involved in the most corrupt election in U.S. history, containing enormous amounts of fraud, wasn't a massive conflict of interest in the 2020 election? Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. Monday, March 9th, the deep state is not just corrupt U.S. politicians, it's a transnational criminal organization that has embedded itself within governments around the globe and leveraged entire nations to do their bidding, or as JFK called it, a secret society and a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy, SG on Telegram. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources in the building of a highly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. So when it comes to truly eliminating the deep state, it's not just arresting corrupt U.S. politicians and calling it a day, and they have assets that must be destroyed worldwide. The only way to truly save America is to save the world. We must decimate all of the deep state's tentacles to safeguard the future and ensure their evil never rises again, which includes Iran and her terror proxies in the Middle East, as well as the cartels in the Western Hemisphere. Trump is purging the unofficial armies of the deep state. JFK tried to warn us about this monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that was fueling the Cold War from the shadows, and he was murdered for trying to expose it. Trump will finish what JFK started. Monday, March 8th, boom, as a true history and education system emerged, millions will discover their indoctrination college degrees were worthless scraps. The Great Awakening delivers crushing justice. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Fresh presidential and congressional elections were due to roll out within 120 days of the Nassar Jassara public reveal, with ironclad monitoring to smash special interest rigging. All phony national emergencies dissolve as true constitutional rule returns. Judges and attorneys retrain under real constitutional law. Aggressive U.S. military ops worldwide halt as global peace talks take hold. Massive humanitarian funds unleash, while over 6,000 suppressed patents, free energy devices, anti-gravity tech, shattering the national security lies that protected the elite. Nothing stops this storm. Patriots worldwide rise as the veil rips away. The deep state's worst nightmare unfolds. Justice, prosperity, and sovereignty for all true Americans. Hold the line. Victory is here, and the Republic is reborn stronger than ever. The best is yet to come. 72 hours until all hell breaks loose. President Trump on Tuesday, March 10, 2026. Judy note. This week, the Global Military Alliance has been very busy dismantling the deep state's global empire, money laundering, illegal bioweapons, and elite blackmail networks. Because they were not Basel III compliant, central banks across the globe have been forced to close. They just haven't told you yet. They were freezing individual accounts along the way, so it was advised to get your money out now. Although all individual accounts worldwide have been mirrored onto the new quantum financial system, that won't be available to the general public until April. Stock up on food, water, cash, and essentials to get you through. Billions of U.S. dollars in Vatican bank transfers have been linked to trafficking and population control, so that money has also been frozen worldwide, with child trafficking rings moving victims undetected across borders. The alliance made sure the tunnels were collapsed, the cabal stockpiles of food and essentials confiscated, to be handed out to those unprepared for disasters about to occur. In fact, the deep state was in a full state of collapse. Iran was down, with their first two candidates for a new leader gone. The supreme leader's palace was a glowing crater. Nuclear arsenal turned to glass. Iranian army, navy, air force, no more. The Clinton Foundation servers have been seized. Trillions in black money laundering exposed. The Epstein client list was streaming unredacted, naming top elites, many of whom were already headed to Gimmo. The Global Military Alliance has been busy dragging every satanic elite from Davos to D.C. into custody for tribunals and hangings. In Canada, massive underground trafficking tunnels involved north of Quebec were raided by U.S. forces. Elite bunkers stockpiled with gold, weapons, food hoards, and off-grid tech for the globalist doomsday plans. Across the Caribbean, U.S. Navy destroyers were locking down elite private islands used as trafficking hubs and escape havens. In Europe, CIA black sites tied to the old deep state operations have been permanently shut down. In Switzerland, a massive server farm near Lake Geneva, the heart of off-book crypto payments for child trafficking, illegal AI experiments, and Epstein-style blackmail, was overrun and dismantled. Be prepared for the months ahead. They are full of disasters. And during his subsequent near-death experience, received instructions from God about the need to prepare for future disasters that would begin in a few days on Sunday, March 15, 2026. I am posting it because everyone needs to be prepared for any type of disaster and not to depend on the government or others to save them. There was no way of knowing if what he said was valid. You will need to pray about it. According to what Peyton was told, Sunday, March 15, 2026 would be the start of chaos, where a series of disasters would begin, mainly in the U.S. In July was the Great Deception, where a digital link would be presented to unprepared, traumatized people trying to survive the disasters. The link would join them to the deep state, where their lives would be completely controlled by Satan worshippers. He was told that because of pending disasters, there were 7 cities that people needed to immediately evacuate from: Seattle, Washington, San Francisco, and LA, California, Houston, Texas, Chicago, Illinois, New York City, Chicago, Illinois, and Miami, Florida. People were urged to relocate to one of the 7 refuge states of Alaska, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, or Utah. People there had heeded God's warnings and were prepared. There, they could live in peace off-grid, grow their own food, and not be controlled by the deep state Satan worshippers. People were urged to have at least 7 essentials on hand: a water filtration system, solar power, heirloom seeds, medical supplies, communication which does not depend on power from man, hand tools which do not depend on power in order to use, and most important, to live by God's word. There were also interesting dates presented, which could be related to the restored republic and global currency reset. Sunday, March 15, 2026, starting of chaos. Sequence begins. Wednesday, April 15, Seattle, Washington experiences a devastating 9.2 quake and tsunami. Thursday, Saturday 23rd, Monday the 25th, April, let's see, Thursday, Saturday the 23rd, the 25th, and Monday, April 27th, 2026, LA, California, earthquakes. Friday, May 15th, 2026, San Francisco, earthquake, liquefaction. Sunday, June 7th, 2026, quake, liquefaction, causes Mississippi River to flow backwards. Missouri, Tennessee, Arkansas sink in liquefaction for thousands of miles, all of which cuts off the U.S. East from the U.S. West. The U.S. government was paralyzed because of disasters and could not help. Tuesday, June 9, 2026, New York. Water floods Manhattan and goes 15 miles inland. Sunday, July 12th, Houston, Texas, flood and fires. Monday, August 3rd, 2026, Chicago, Illinois. Heat wave grips the Midwest where transformers collapse. Sunday, September 20th, Miami, Florida, rising sea level envelops city. Tuesday, March 10th. Global currency reset. Tuesday, March 10th. Foreign currency and ZIM bond holders in Tier 4B. Watch for emails from Wells Fargo that will tell you how to set up your currency exchange bond redemption appointment. QFS secrets on Telegram. Tuesday, March 10th. Bruce, the big call. A high source said, if all goes well, Tier 4B should be notified to set exchange redemption appointments by noon Wednesday, March 11, 2026. Tuesday, March 10th, breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developing behind the scenes, could be announced by official notifications at any time. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Worldwide activation. The live phase of the reset is rapidly approaching. Financial authorities and central banks from various regions are coordinating to confirm the changeover in unison. The new quantum secured monetary system will start functioning publicly as soon as the switch is recognized. Access wallet. There will be detailed instructions on how to get into the QFS wallet. I'll be one of the first to access the updated digital assets by logging in. The rollout may include secure system alerts or encrypted app updates. But because of the thorough planning that has already been done, it should be easy. Resetting finances. The wallet interface will instantly display new currency values. Automatic adjustments may be made to debts, balances, or legacy accounts. The quantum ledger will log every update, guaranteeing total transparency and verifiable transaction records. Seamless transition. Every previous trial has been successful. A fully offline, error-free, quantum-safe transfer was one of the most recent test operations. It is anticipated that the transition will go smoothly and without major disruption because the infrastructure is stable and support teams are in place. Everything is in order. The structure is prepared. A historic change in global finance is just a few hours away. So make sure your notifications are turned on. Tuesday, March 10, 2026. Iran's central bank holds one of the largest undeclared gold reserves on Earth, $127 billion stored in underground vaults beneath Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, and Mashhad. This gold was never Iran's. It was moved there between 2009 and 2016 during the Obama administration through Swiss intermediaries, Chinese state banks, and the same shell companies that laundered money for the Clinton Foundation. Tuesday, March 10th, bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved. Common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. is finished, dissolved, gone forever. No more admiralty law oppression. No more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp, and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision. No commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked ops. They are being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters. No covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas, one Republic, one Commander-in-Chief, one law, common law. QAnon's, white hats, digital warriors. This is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Inc. fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed. Illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back. The Republic is back. Sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history. True American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, and rumors of wars. Tuesday, March 10, 2026, Iran launched a new salvo of missiles on Tuesday at Israeli cities, including Tel Aviv and U.S. targets in the region. The Revolutionary Guard said, as fighting between the foes showed no signs of letting up. The latest salvo utilized strategic missiles, including some of the most powerful in Iran's arsenal, such as the Fatah, Ahmad, and Khyber missiles. The Guard said in their statement, MAGA Pulse on Telegram. Tuesday, March 10th, breaking, mass traumatic event incoming. Trump crushes Iran and the deep state cabal, Q on Telegram. Fires rage across Tehran as U.S. and Israeli strikes obliterate Iran's oil facilities. Skies lit with explosions, oil spilling everywhere. This is the massive attack Trump promised, the big one hitting hard today. Netanyahu tells Iranians freedom is near. Air Force hammers key infrastructure while IRGC missiles fail. Trump vows relentless strikes until unconditional surrender. Regime crumbling fast. Intel confirms precision hits, 3 F-15s down. B-2 flybys boosting morale. Commanders furious at past tricks like Israel sinking U.S. ships to spark wars. But Trump masters the political minefield, exposing true enemies. Deeper view. Trump dismantles British central bankster grip in the Middle East, blocking power shift to Shanghai via proxies like Iran and Qatar. Ripple overtakes SWIFT. Kraken taps Fed cabal in panic. Trump surveys Zionist warmongers, collecting treason proof. Massive trap set. Destroyed Qatar Space Force site was British-controlled hub. Now U.S. owns it. Trump delivers epic diaper removal and beating to British Empire, liberating the world. Lloyd's pulls insurance. Starmer begs forgiveness at mosques. Exposure complete. City of London next. Wars traced to Britain using Israel. China proxies. Drugs, opium wars, endless conflict. Trump squeezes China, Mexico, Venezuela handled, Brazil soon. Leviathan huge, but Trump slices it piece by piece. Brace. Fight back, fierce, but patriots win. Albert Pike's World War III plan. Zionists versus Muslims, mutual destruction thwarted. No global war, just awakening and victory. No shift, arrested congressman, now ambassador, targeting cartels with expanded reach. Border patrol surge, anticipates strikes. 5D chess, fake losses, emboldened enemies for crush. Greatest story ever told. Military ops and stolen election. Brennan's grand jury active. Perjury subpoenas. FISA hack, deep state desperation. Epstein files flood. Democrats, donors implicated. Resignations, emergency elections incoming. Red wave locked. Iran neutralized, feints deplete, missiles, command gone, jihad flops. Hezbollah, Hamas disarmed, Persians, mostly Christian, cheer Trump. Regime change in months. Strike hits China hard. Russia allies soon. Dollar deals, Arctic energy, joint drills, post-Odessa. China chokes, exports halted, no Taiwan drills. Prepping losing war. Trump positions perfect. Game over for cabal. Vigilance now. DEFCON 3. Threats real but mitigated. See something, say something. Trump strikes on our terms. Ahead of curve. Storm rages. Freedom rises. Q vindicated. Patriots hold the line. Victory is here. Guru, information and intel. Tuesday, March 10th, massive military news. Trafficking tunnels discovered in Canada. U.S. troops raid elite private islands. CIA black sites shut down across Europe. Vatican bank transfers frozen solid. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. As of December 30th, 2025, U.S. Special Forces operating under direct orders from President Trump have launched a series of devastating raids this very week. These are no drills, no fake news distractions. These are precision strikes dismantling the deep state's global empire of human trafficking, money laundering, illegal bioweapons, and elite blackmail networks. The cabal is in full panic mode. Their escape routes cut off, their hidden fortunes seized. In Canada, massive underground trafficking tunnels and vaults north of Quebec have been exposed and raided by U.S. forces in covert operations. No warning to corrupt Canadian officials. These elite bunkers were stockpiled with gold, weapons, food hoards, and off-grid tech for the globalists' doomsday plans. Evidence points to direct links to child trafficking rings, moving victims undetected across borders. It's all being destroyed right now. The tunnels collapsed. The stockpiles confiscated. The deep state thought they could hide up north, but Trump said no more. Across the Caribbean, U.S. Navy destroyers are locking down elite private islands used as trafficking hubs and escape havens. These luxurious hideouts, owned by the richest cabal families, were raided hard. High-profile assets seized. Servers holding blackmail files on politicians and Hollywood pedophiles captured. Submarines and private jets trying to flee. Blocked cold. The elites are trapped. Their private paradises turned into prisons. In Europe, CIA black sites tied to the old deep state operations have been shut down permanently. In Switzerland, a massive server farm near Lake Geneva, the heart of off-book and Epstein-style blackmail, was overrun and dismantled. This was no ordinary data center. It stored the digital dirt on the global elite, funded by Rothschild shells and protected by mercenaries. Now it's in white hat hands, and the truth is pouring out. The Vatican Bank transfers frozen worldwide. As raids intensify, elite financial pipelines through the corrupt Vatican system have been cut off. Billions in dirty money linked to trafficking and population control schemes are locked. No more laundering for the cabal's satanic networks. This is the financial kill shot they have feared for decades. Cheyenne Mountain is buzzing as the true command center. President Trump is personally overseeing these operations from secure bunkers. coordinating with JSOC teams using Title 50 authority. No red tape, no leaks to Congress. Samples from destroyed biolabs and raided sites. Designed for chemical sterilization and global depopulation targeting America. Africa and beyond are secured there. Putin and Trump are aligned quietly, taking out shared enemies like Rothschild crypto vaults. AI tools are now hunting traitors inside the military and government, spotting deep state moles, sabotaging our nation from within. The Navy's blocking every escape, drones striking remaining hideouts. This isn't cleanup, patriots, this is total takeover. The elite system is collapsing before our eyes from these hellholes as we speak. The Great Awakening is unstoppable. More raids are coming, bigger names falling, more tunnels exposed, full exposure of the 2020 steal, an Epstein list on the horizon. The military is the only way, and under Trump, they are delivering justice like never before. The cabal's reign of terror ends now. Freedom is here. Hold the line. Share this everywhere. Where we go one, we go all. Tuesday, March 3rd, economic shockwave. Over 9,000 bankers indicted by U.S. military. NISARA activated. 147,000 metric tons of elite gold recovered to back the new U.S. economy. Genius Act enforced. Military tribunals in progress. Gazette Teller. Tuesday, March 3rd, Fox News is official. Trump just nullified 92% of Biden's executive orders, citing illegal auto pen use. Democrats in full panic, emergency decree signed. Perjury charges on the table. Tuesday, March 3rd, it's over. Trump severs the special relationship, decoding his direct message to the City of London. Bombshell alert. 2. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS in an $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering scandal. Tuesday, March 3rd, bombshell report. 31 states defy the skies. America, led by RFK Jr., moves to ban geoengineering. Tuesday, March 3rd, boom, market alert. U.S. Treasury launches record $15 billion debt buyback. Largest Treasury buyback in history. Tuesday, March 3rd, Representative Jerry Nadler faces mass calls to resign after he suggested people can shoot ICE agents. J.D. Vance. Nadler is openly calling for people to shoot federal law enforcement. This is despicable behavior from an elected official. Monday, March 9th, Gitmo braces for Cuba attack after Trump threatens government takeover. Tuesday, March 3rd, the George Soros Group, Arabella Advisors, has been linked to funding far-left influencers up to $8,000 a month to push radical left propaganda, demonize Trump supporters and conservative Americans. Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, charges against George Soros with ties to over 54 NGOs running operations against the U.S., including the Tides and Open Society Foundations, with 7 of those groups labeled by the FBI as domestic terrorist groups. On top of that, you have color revolution ops, assaults on law enforcement, radical leftist installed judges, and DAs across the country, which are all funded with your taxpayer dollars tied to USAID and other money laundering outlets. Monday, March 9th, Santa Surfing Podcast. Trump hosted Clement, Iran and Cuba updates. Kirill posts on Black Swan, wave. Yes, Trump hosted Kim Clement talking about, when he talked about Trump and the trumpets and just kind of predicting Trump coming into office. It's pretty amazing. Tuesday, March 3rd, Cubans protest in favor of Trump. Viva Trump! Graffiti surfaces during apocalyptic weekend protests in Cuba. Tuesday, March 10th, President Trump announced 17 nations plus U.S. Scott Bessent on Telegram. Yesterday, at the Shield of the Americas Summit in Doral, Florida, President Trump announced the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition with 17 nations against drug cartels and narco-terrorism. 12 leaders attended in person. Argentina, Javier Milei, Bolivia, Rodrigo Paz Pereira, Chile, Jose Antonio Cast, President-elect. Costa Rica, Rodrigo Chavez Robles. Dominican Republic, Luis Abinader. Ecuador, Daniel Noboa. El Salvador, Nayib Bukele. Guyana, Mohammed Irfan Ali. Honduras, Nasri Tito Asfora. Panama, Jose Raul Molino. Paraguay, Santiago Peña. And Trinidad and Tobago, Kamla Persad Bisacera. The figure of 17 nations has been reported repeatedly by outlets like Reuters, The Hill, New York Post, and others, but the missing 5 have never been publicly named or detailed in any official list or reporting.
The year 1913, when America's financial system changed forever. Pastor Bob Joyce on Telegram. The year 1913 is often seen as a turning point in American financial history. Within a single year, several major institutions were created or reshaped, laying the foundation for the modern economic system that still governs the United States today. 3 major developments happened almost simultaneously: the creation of the Federal Reserve, the ratification of the 16th Amendment introducing permanent income tax, and the rise of powerful philanthropic foundations that began shaping science, education, and public health policy. More than a century later, these events continue to fuel debate about how financial power is structured in America. The Federal Reserve in December 1913. Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act, establishing the United States central banking system. The Fed was designed to stabilize the economy, regulate the money supply, and prevent banking panics that have repeatedly shaken the country during the late 1800s and early 1900s. Today, the Federal Reserve influences interest rates, manages financial liquidity, and acts as a lender of last resort during crises. Supporters argue it protects economic stability, while critics point to its independence from direct democratic oversight. The permanent income tax also in 1913. The 16th Amendment allowed the federal government to collect income taxes directly from citizens. Before that, income taxes had mainly been temporary wartime measures. After the amendment, they became a permanent part of the federal system and eventually developed into the modern structure administered by the IRS. Supporters say the tax system funds public services and national infrastructure. Critics argue it significantly expanded federal financial power over citizens. The rise of powerful foundations. The same era saw the growth of influential philanthropic organizations such as the Rockefeller Foundation, which funded major projects in medicine, public health, education, and scientific research. These foundations helped advance medical science and education worldwide, but they also concentrated significant influence over research and academic institutions in the hands of a small number of wealthy donors. The Titanic theory, a long-circulating theory, connects the 1912 sinking of the Titanic with opposition to central banking. Some wealthy passengers who died in the disaster were later rumored to have opposed the creation of the Federal Reserve, while financier J.P. Morgan had planned to sail but canceled at the last moment. However, historians note that no credible evidence links the Titanic disaster to the creation of the Federal Reserve, and the connection remains a subject of speculation rather than fact. Why 1913 still matters more than a century later. The institutions created in 1913 remain central to American life. The Federal Reserve still guides monetary policy. The income tax system funds the federal government, and major philanthropic foundations continue to shape research and education. Whether viewed as essential institutions or as sources of concentrated financial power, the changes of year 1930 helped build the economic system that continues to influence America today.
Voter fraud. Tuesday, March 10th, Michigan Democrats are putting dead voters back on the voter rolls after they are removed. They were mailed voter application ballots without the authorization. SG on Telegram. Tuesday, March 10th, Michigan Election Company was transferring American poll worker data to China. He was given the contract by Los Angeles, California Democrats. He transferred data on 2 million United States poll workers to China, and the CCP allegedly had a back door to the data. Traitor. Tuesday, March 10th, John Solomon. We're in phase 2 of 5. Expect massive declassification in the next 10 days on compromised U.S. elections. Tuesday, March 10th, Stephen Miller confirms Democrats extorted 20 to 30 House seats by counting illegal aliens in the census. 20 to 30 Democrat House seats would not exist but for illegal aliens. Thanks a lot, Democrats. But President Trump has instructed the U.S. Department of Commerce to begin planning a new and highly accurate census that would exclude illegal aliens from the population count. Uh-oh. Let's not forget Democrats rigged the 2020 census by including illegal aliens. They sued Donald Trump to include illegal aliens in the census. Texas is taking just a small corrective step against this ocean of fraud. That's an understatement. This ocean of abuse by the corrupt Democrat Party. Dan Bongino on Telegram. Worldwide military EBS imminent over cell phones, TV, radio, internet, asking you to stay at home for 10 to 12 days. Banks closing, ATMs won't work, stock up on food, water, cash, and essentials, while Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests across the globe of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state, after which wake up to new and improved financial, political, health, and education systems. This update dedicated to all us Patriot Saints supporting Q's plan to save the world. Judy note, is the Iran war over? Exiled Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has accepted the responsibility of serving as Iran's transitional leader. On Sunday, March 8, 2026, President Trump declared, Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors, promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. Sunday, March 8th, Scott Bessent on Fox News. Trump says Operation Epic Fury is ahead of schedule. Tonight will be the biggest bombing campaign by the U.S. on Iran since the Middle East conflict began. Get ready. This war in Iran was never about missiles. It was about the $2.1 trillion the deep state laundered through Tehran for 20 years. The money that funded Epstein, that paid Soros's prosecutors, that bought elections in 14 countries. Trump was not destroying Iran. He's cutting the deep state's last bank account. The scoreboard. Supreme Leader eliminated, Navy gone, Air Force F-14s destroyed, 16 jets at Mehrabad gone, oil burning, streets flooded, new leader identified, targeted, deep state pipelines severed, central bank next. Iran's central bank holds $127 billion in gold in underground facilities across 4 cities. By Monday, those coordinates will be on every F-35 targeting system in the Gulf. Back in the States, Trump has already flipped on the green light for the constitutional republic restoration, backed by the gold asset-backed global currency reset. While the reset gives stolen tax dollars back to the people around the world, the constitutional republic was restored under temporary military law, which will be followed by establishment of common law. No more ruling by the UK Crown and maritime law. Constitutional law will soon storm back into every courtroom nationwide. The original title of nobility amendment activates, revoking citizenship from hundreds of thousands of foreign-controlled puppets. Mass deportations begin immediately, lifetime bans enforced. Meanwhile, trust the plan. There was expected to be a huge event at any moment. People were advised to evacuate from these 17 cities: New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Houston, Nashville, New Orleans, Charlotte, San Francisco, Detroit, Seattle, Atlanta, Las Vegas, Baltimore, Boston, Miami. Over 20,000 plus troops and foreign allies have been positioned across 360 U.S. cities to protect citizenry during a 10-day roundup of treasonous Satan worshiper deep state criminals. Covert raids have already hit Washington, D.C., London, and the Vatican. Prepare for a 48-hour communications blackout, along with worldwide lockdown. Stock up on food essentials and cash. The emergency broadcast system fires up during the 10 days of darkness, with Starlink beaming raw truth worldwide. Election fraud and deep state betrayal in full view. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military spits out documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio, and internet broadcast worldwide. No more deep state censorship or fake news feed. Martial law clamps down hard for global arrests of the guilty as banks temporarily darken for the transition. Stock essentials now. The blackout protects the shift to freedom. Jasara payouts and Zim redemptions surge into humanitarian projects, Zim holders leading the charge. The military forced the original Nasara signing at gunpoint when Clinton balked. Today, Trump's unstoppable forces execute the final phase. The cabal trembles as their empire collapses. Adrenochrome empire exposed, their wealth seized, their power annihilated. Dr. Charlie Ward tells us that Nasara activation surges forward as the quantum financial system ignites across the globe, delivering the long-awaited debt jubilee that obliterates all credit card, mortgage, and illegal banking debts engineered by the Federal Reserve cabal. This is their ultimate defeat. Total debt forgiveness strikes at the heart of their enslavement machine. The QFS aligns perfectly with Nasara, flooding asset-backed wealth to awakened citizens. Rainbow currency from the restored U.S. Treasury, backed 100% by gold, silver, and platinum, erases the 1933 bankruptcy scam. No more selling birth certificates as chattel bonds. Financial privacy locks in tight. Federal Reserve dies, permitted only a 1-year side-by-side fade out to clear fiat poison from circulation. You are advised to have cash on hand during the transition to the new global financial system. The banking system has already been frozen, with bank closures worldwide while ATMs, credits, and debit cards will not be working for a short period. The new system likely won't be available to the general public until the first week in April 2026. At the end of the 10 days of communication darkness, all worldwide will be invited into local redemption centers to set up new gold asset-backed money accounts called wallets on the military-controlled safe and secure Starlink satellite system. Funds in your present bank account have already been mirrored onto that global financial system, and no one but yourself could access your new and secure digital money account on the Starlink system. Physical gold asset-backed U.S. notes will be available in ATMs. The IRS will vanish forever. Its employees already shifted to the U.S. Treasury's new National Sales Tax Division. Income tax slavery ends now. A simple 14% flat tax hits only new non-essential items. Food, medicine, used homes, and essentials stay completely untaxed, putting real money back in patriots' pockets. Senior citizens see huge benefit boosts as a true history and education system emerge. Millions will discover their indoctrination college degrees were worthless scraps. The Great Awakening delivers crushing justice. Fresh presidential and congressional elections were due to roll out within 120 days of the Nasara public reveal, with ironclad monitoring to smash special interest rigging. All phony national emergencies dissolve as true constitutional rule returns. Judges and attorneys retrain under real constitutional law. Saturday, March 7th, Trump commands the last storm. Mass arrests explode. Q plan unleashes. EBS imminent. Cabal crumbles now. The storm is raging with full force, patriots. In late February 2026, President Donald J. Trump leads the charge to restore the Republic through the unbreakable Q plan, which will destroy the satanic deep state for good. The quantum financial system, which is backed by gold, went live in 209 countries, ending fiat debt slavery. Banks that don't follow the rules will close down. No more fake money printing or controlling people's lives through debt. Accounts are safely mirrored in the QFS blockchain, can be traced back to their source, and are ready for the biggest transfer of wealth in history. The global military alliance led by Trump raided Rome, Brussels, London, and D.C. More than 500,000 members of the satanic network were arrested overnight, bringing the total number of arrests to more than 8 million as sealed indictments were made public. Epstein's terrible things came out. Empires falling apart. Elites, Hollywood stars, and political puppets are all facing Gitmo trials. Executions are speeding up and justice is being served for the crimes of humanity. Children got their revenge. There was no mercy for monsters who fed on fear to stay alive. The shift is protected by the 10 to 12 day global blackout and martial law. EBS starts up through Starlink, taking over media satellites. 10 countries show truth videos in 55 languages about things like saving children, biolabs, election fraud, and courts. Raw exposure. Stay home and pray. This 10-day movie marathon wakes people up while the good guys get rid of evil. Starting now, darkness will sync with the 48-hour GCR Jasara Wealth blackout. There are redemption centers close by. Trump's State of the Union speech starts a war. No Congress needed. Explosive drops. Live cabal layers are shown. Big names are named. Evidence drops and a republic is declared against Biden's remnants. Deep State is in a panic. Rats are running away. Files are being burned and paths are being blocked. The Mar-a-Lago plot failed. The cartel king El Mencho was killed and the Iran plots were stopped. The Supreme Court traitors were exposed. Tariffs went up, the dollar crashed, and gold and silver and other commodities skyrocketed. Adrenochrome hell ends. An elite black market for tortured kids linked to trafficking, Mossad, media, and rituals. Military technology exposed. Pedophiles and made them give up. Clones and doubles fall. Election fraud floods. A lot of illegal people registered. Ballots were backdated and votes were stolen in 2020. Trump became the real leader. Biblical judgment. The empire of satanic pedophiles dies in the bright light. Money disappears. Debt is wiped out and abundance grows. Keep cash on hand. Get ready and trust the plan. God wins. Fireworks are bigger than July 4th. We all go where we go. We have won now. Sunday, March 8th, summary of timing given on Telegram. Friday, March 6th, White House gave the go. As of 0.01 today, the gold asset-backed quantum financial system fully synchronized with NESARA JASAR protocols and along with Debt Jubilee and emergency broadcast system activated globally. The federal fiat dollar died. Stolen loot has been frozen via the QFS. No more fiat slavery. EBS signals live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream media narratives. Mass arrests of deep state operatives continue in silence. High-profile names already in custody under military tribunals. Saturday, March 7th, power grid transfer begins to nuclear Tesla-based energy systems. Selected regions undergo control blackouts for grid integration. GCR shotgun liquidity streams continue sinking with new infrastructure. Sunday, March 8th, global media switchover escalates. Legacy broadcast networks marked for termination. QFS secured channels begin testing truth session transmissions. Military cyber units begin dismantling censorship frameworks worldwide. Monday, March 9th, international tribunals enter public disclosure stage. Evidence packages prepared for release on secure government platforms. High-profile individuals queued for first wave. Transparency protocols fully verified. Tuesday, March 10th, border realignment operations expand. National Guard and Alliance establish new safe zones and ID verification corridors. Global movement tracking transitions to satellite-based identification grids. Wednesday, March 11th, the reveal begins. Pre-recorded presidential message enters final encryption cycle for worldwide broadcast. Confirms restoration of constitutional governance, restructuring of global financial authority, and alignment with quantum financial system. Wars and rumors of wars. Sunday, March 8, 2026 from POTUS. Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors, promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attacks. Sunday, March 8th, President Trump just delivered an update on the conflict in the Middle East. Iran is screwed. We've knocked out 42 Navy ships, some of them very large. 3 days, that was the end of the Navy. We knocked out their Air Force, we knocked out their communications, and all telecommunications is gone. I don't know how they communicate, but I guess they will figure something out. It's not working out too well. They're just bad people. This had to be done. Sunday, March 8th, breaking military intel report, 450 kilograms of Iranian-enriched uranium discovered. Hidden stockpile. Could build 11 nuclear weapons. Sunday, March 8th, Trump signed Executive Order 2026-47 weeks ago, authorizing this nuclear-level override for national security. Triple authentication from Trump himself, General Dan Kane, and Space Force Commander General Chance Saltzman is all that's needed to flip the switch. The EBS will unleash pre-recorded bombshells exposing the globalist cabal's treason. Dark financial trails leading straight to Soros, Rothschild banks, Gates Foundation, bioweapon labs, and Vatican slush funds. Captured Iranian generals have already cracked under military tribunals, spilling everything on Assad's secret facilities and how deep state puppets funneled billions through Swiss accounts to fuel endless proxy wars. QAnon, The Great Awakening on Telegram. Friday, March 6th, classified drop. This storm is executing silently. Massive worldwide military raids under Trump's command. Bioweapon labs shut down and Rothschild server vaults seized in coordinated operations across 4 countries. JFK secrets on Telegram. Saturday, March 7th, breaking. U.S. CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper confirms the U.S. has now sunk 30-plus Iranian ships, including a drone ship the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. That means we have taken out 13 more ships in the last 24 hours. Sunday, March 8th, 2026. Terrifying warning. The deep state panics as Trump exposes the Iran puppet masters and their leash on America. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. The storm rages in the Middle East, patriots. Truth bombs falling faster than Iranian missiles. As of March 2026, President Trump launched Operation Epic Fury, a crushing U.S.-Israel assault, starting February 28th with nearly 900 strikes in 12 hours, wiping out Iran's missile sites, air defenses, nuclear facilities, and even the supreme leader. Trump demands unconditional surrender, no talks, no mercy, vowing to strip Iran of any threat to America or Israel forever. Mullahs crumbling, drone missile attacks down 90%, Navy sunk, command shattered, Israel hammers Tehran deep, hitting Revolutionary Guard oil sites, while U.S. forces own the skies. Red pill truth the fake news hides. This isn't just nukes. Insiders expose Trump still leashed by mega donors who don't eat pork, pulling strings from shadows. They pushed this conflict to spike oil, crash economies, drag America into endless war, distracting from the home fight. Trump boasts forcing Israel in, but the base sees gas over $3 a gallon. Trucking halting, food shelves 3 days from empty, prices soaring, people raging. The old Iran deal was never power. It was scummy cash narcotics pallets. Billions flown in, linked to Black Ops and Epstein files buried in Iran. Switzerland, Langley, Greenland, blackmail gold controlling leaders, keeping the cabal alive. Now, with Iran reeling, those files could explode, outing BlackRock, JP Morgan, the useful giants rigging everything. U.S. arsenal depleted from Ukraine waste and proxy wars. THAAD, Patriots low after days of ops, production years behind. Contractors ordered to surge missiles, shells 4 to 5 times. We're on the brink. USS Abraham Lincoln, a sitting duck in the Gulf. Crew furious from endless tours. Blowback looms, sleeper cells waking, ports targeted, war hitting U.S. soil. Austin attacks with property of Allah tags. Just the start. Shia vengeance doctrine runs deep. America first? Fort Knox audit vanished? Tariff cash funneled to wars? Not people. SoftBank yanked $200 billion after tariff clubs. No carrot for factories, jobs, H-1B flood rolls. 30 million illegals free. No mass deportations. Sanctuary cities exposed. No jails. USAID fraud uncovered. Cronies walk. Trump eyes Iran regime change. Kurds from Iraq, people rising. But unarmed masses mowed down before celebrating. Cuba next? Maduro gone. Narco evidence flowing. Oil cut, regime collapsing soon. Laundering hub exposed. Trump pushes capitalism. Free elections, but DC communists resist. War serves Satan. Ugly, messy, endless domino blowback. Deep state panics, exposure nears. XRP mooning as giants profit, patriots rise. Rural America armed to teeth. Rednecks itching. Bring it, globalists. The leash snaps, truth surges. Pray hard, stay vigilant. Good versus evil, white hats advancing. The awakening is unstoppable. Sunday, March 8th, mass traumatic event incoming. DEFCON 3 heightened alert as Trump's warriors crush Iranian terror regime and cartels. Patriots, stay vigilant. The storm is here. The storm is raging, patriots. America stands at DEFCON 3 heightened alert across the board as President Trump's unstoppable forces deliver devastating blows to the Iranian terror machine and the cartel monsters flooding our borders with poison. Sleeper cells activated, Islamist threats surging stateside, bomb squads swarming planes, and whack jobs screaming threats mid-flight. Southwest Airlines flights diverted. SWAT teams storming cabins. Passengers forced hands up while feds haul off suspects after bomb scares rocked the skies. Just days ago in March 2026, one fanatic yelling threats gets neutralized. Another incident hits the same day. It's pure chaos and it's only escalating. Ghost Intel confirms. We de-escalate from DEFCON 2 after establishing total air dominance over Iran. Navy obliterated their fleet, no Navy left. Allies fly with near total impunity, pounding nuclear sites, missile stockpiles, and IRGC holdouts. Massive desertions in their ranks. Thousands of commanders begging to surrender via phone. No threat here, stand down. Trump's warriors are neutering World War III before it ignites, cutting the nuts off the globalist jihad wildcard aimed at Western civilization. Iran's ballistic missiles down 90%, drones crippled, leadership decapitated, Supreme Leader gone in opening strikes, February 28, 2026. Retaliation? Pathetic. Their projectiles intercepted. Oil depots are now burning. Simultaneously down south, U.S. troops under cartel hunting ops smash Mexican cartels, not just training, full takedowns. Joint forces raiding labs, seizing kingpins like El Mencho's network shattered. Ecuador ops rumored bombed. The heat is on everywhere. Blackouts south of the border. Drone breaches shutting El Paso airspace. One drone and chaos ensues. Travel? Forget it, patriots. Commercial flights are hot zones. IRGC trained radicals on standby. Sleeper cells waiting to strike. One incident delays you hours, days even. Stuck in airports, canceled flights, motels, pure nightmare. If not essential, ground it, drive your own vehicle, rent a car. Keep the load off. TSA heroes already stretched thin. Overseas? Check State Department warnings. Hot zones mean you're on your own. No quick rescues. See something, say something, or better take them down like the hero passenger did. Neutralize the threat midair. Plastic shank or not, end it fast. No more sitting passive like 9/11. Patriots fight back. Something severe brews in the homeland. High-level whispers, no full details yet. But 107 and insiders voice deep concern. Operations converging, massive takedown incoming. The deep state globalists tremble as Trump dismantles their terror proxies. Protect your wealth now. 401ks vanish in one crash, but physical gold and silver endure. Noble Gold helps patriots shield savings from the collapsing fiat scam. QAnons, no, this is the plan unfolding. Trump leads the charge, ending the cabal's nuclear blackmail, cartel floods, and sleeper terror. Stay sharp, head on swivel, vigilant at home or away. The White Hats strike hard. Iran crippled, cartels crumbling, globalist nightmare ending. God bless America. God bless Trump. The storm is upon us and victory is near. Patriots, rise.
While every news channel showed you burning oil depots, something else was happening 40 feet underground. At 11:42 p.m. local time, Israeli forces detonated charges on 3 underground pipelines beneath Tehran's Sharon district. These weren't military targets. They were deep state supply lines, built in 2014, under a $2.3 billion contract between the Revolutionary Guard and a Swiss shell company called Meridian Logistics AG, the same company that moved $890 million through the Clinton Foundation between 2015 and 2019. The same company listed on page 2847 of the Epstein files released March 1st. The same company George Soros invested $140 million into 6 months before the Iran nuclear deal was signed. Those pipelines weren't carrying oil to Iranian citizens. They were moving $4.7 billion in crude to Bandar Abbas, where Chinese tankers loaded it off the books. No sanctions, no inspections, no records. When Israel blew those lines, the oil flooded the streets. It saturated the rain. It turned the sky black. 10 million people woke up choking on the evidence of their own government's corruption. This morning, 88 clerics in a bunker beneath Qom announced they chose Khamenei's successor. They refused to say the name. Here's what they don't know. Trump already has it. A classified NSA intercept, codenamed Persian Mir, captured the vote 6 days before it happened. Israel posted a message to the 88 clerics. We will not hesitate to target the successor and anyone who tries to appoint him. Consider yourselves warned. The last supreme leader lasted 37 years. Trump identified the next one in 37 minutes. They're not choosing a leader. They're choosing a martyr. Dover 6 coffins and the order Trump signed on the plane home. Yesterday, Trump stood at Dover. 6 flag-draped coffins. 6 soldiers killed by an Iranian drone in Kuwait. No cameras. No press. No speeches. On the flight back, he signed Executive Order 14,307, classified. Eyes only, distributed to 4 people. Title: Operation Black Sky. Phase 3. Not oil fields. Not bases. The financial infrastructure. Every bank. Every reserve. Every hidden vault. Iran's central bank holds $127 billion in gold and underground facilities across 4 cities. By Monday, those coordinates will be on every F-35 targeting system in the Gulf. This war was never about missiles. It's about the $2.1 trillion the deep state laundered through Tehran for 20 years. The money that funded Epstein, that paid Soros's prosecutors, that bought elections in 14 countries. Trump isn't destroying Iran. He's cutting the deep state's last bank account. The scoreboard. Supreme leader. Eliminated. Navy. Gone. Air Force. F-14S destroyed. 16 jets at Mehrabad. Gone. Oil. Burning. Streets flooded. New leader. Identified. Targeted. Deep state pipelines severed. Central bank. Next. When Iran's top official said Trump must pay the price, he said 3 words. I couldn't care less. This isn't a war. It's an audit. And the receipts are written in fire across the Tehran sky. The black rain isn't oil.
Guru Information and Intel, Sunday, March 8th, 107. No one is ready for what's coming. Iran's tyrant falls. Sharia horror exposed. Trump's crusade neuters global jihad as patriots rise against the deep state beast. Patriots, the veil is tearing wide open. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, The blood-soaked dictator who terrorized Iran for over 3 decades is confirmed dead as of early March 2026. Iranian state media finally admitted it after hours of denial, declaring 40 days of mourning and a week of holidays. But on the streets of Tehran, Fars, Nurabad, and beyond, the people aren't weeping. They're erupting in wild celebration. Dancing, waving flags, chanting freedom, screaming, "Am I dreaming?" and "Hello, New World." After 30-plus years of oppression, the regime's iron grip shattered, power vacuum exploding. This is the moment QAnons have awaited. The IRGC paramilitaries still patrol, firing on joyous crowds, but the tide turns. Massive desertions, commanders surrendering, nuclear sites pounded into dust by Trump's precision warriors. Air dominance, total. Their navy erased, ballistic arsenal gutted, World War III wildcard neutered before launch. Trump isn't the aggressor. He's the liberator, stopping the unhinged mullahs from detonating an atomic bomb on America and Israel. The great Satan and little Satan. Iranians cheer because women buried alive for adultery, beaten, enslaved, 0 rights under Sharia, now taste freedom. No more forced veils, no more stonings. Liberation dawns. Layers deep, radical Islam demands global jihad, population conquest via Sharia law, infiltration. Europe already overrun. Muslims outbirthing natives 10 to 1. 4 wives pumping kids, mosques everywhere. Sharia courts rising in Britain. Arab Spring floods millions in, turning nations into no-go zones. Farmers revolt against EU tyrants like von der Leyen. Unelected Brussels dictator pushing Green Deal scams. Shutting nuclear coal, importing hormone-laced Brazilian beef while starving locals. Tractors storm Brussels. Nations like Germany, France, Italy, Hungary roaring enough. Italy's Giorgia Meloni leads the charge. Nationwide bans on Sharia symbols in public. Fines up to $3,000 defending sovereignty. Civil unrest boils. Yellow vests, mass protests. Europe faces violent reckoning to reclaim itself. Here at home, the same beast lurks. Deep state globalists align with radical Islam, Democrats, rhinos, all puppets in their order out of chaos game. Obama slips. The sweetest sound is the Muslim call to prayer. I will stand with Muslims, my Muslim faith, disarming America, shipping billions to Iran, funding terror proxies that tried assassinating Trump. Sharia violates Constitution at every turn. No Bill of Rights. Enslavement, beheadings for infidels. Christians persecuted in 110 nations, mostly Muslim lands. Kidnapped, tortured, beheaded. Idolaters. Wherever found. History screams. 51 million Christians slaughtered, 80 million Hindus, millions in slave trades. Religion of war, not peace. Trump bans Sharia, defends biblical foundations. Texas votes 90% to outlaw it. Supreme Court eyes dual citizenship ban. No more infiltrators in government serving 2 masters. Patriots wake up. This is the storm. Deep state trembles as truth bombs drop. Iran crippled, cartels crushed south of border. Sleeper cells exposed. No more passive sitting. Rise, inform, fight back. Grab the red pill book, Restoring the Republic, Bible versus Quran, history, current ops. Arm yourself with unabridged truth God promised to unleash now. The army of light assembles. Globalist conquest fails. Trump leads the final push. Western civilization endures. Stay vigilant, head on swivel. The beast roars, but victory belongs to patriots. God wins. What we think we know as of Monday, March 9th, 2026. Sunday, March 8th, Trump UN Ambassador Mike Waltz stuns the world, saying he has never seen the Gulf nations so unified or outraged. It is backfiring on Iran. Sunday, March 8th, war with Iran. The old Iran deal was never power. It was scummy cash narcotics pallets. Billions flown in, linked to black ops and Epstein files buried in Iran, Switzerland, Langley, Greenland. blackmailed gold-controlling leaders, keeping the cabal alive. Now, with Iran reeling, those files could explode, outing BlackRock, JP Morgan, the useful giants rigging everything. Sunday, March 8, 2025 afternoon, Kansas City International Airport was evacuated of all travelers and workers due to a serious incident. This should be 2026. Sunday, March 8th, just in. Trump draws a red line. President refuses to sign any bills until Save America Act passes. AMG News. Sunday, March 8th, unconditional surrender. The 1979 oil shock playbook is back. Global finance targets Trump again. Saturday, March 7th, Hillary Clinton allegedly openly inquired about assassinating Julian Assange for exposing the truth, literally stating, "Can't we just drone this guy?" In 2017, after WikiLeaks exposed the CIA's Vault 7 hacking tools. Director Mike Pompeo spearheaded plots to kidnap or assassinate Julian Assange in London's Ecuadorian embassy. The hidden truth on Telegram. Sunday, March 8th, the real reason why they want us to switch over to LED lights and are literally giving them away to control our home appliances. Sunday, March 8th, Senator Ron Johnson on Telegram. In just 1 week, President Trump has pulled off what others could not in decades. Secured the Strait of Hormuz, safeguarding 20% of the world's oil supply. Forged stronger ties with Persian Gulf nations standing united against Iran. Crippled BRICS momentum. Shattered Lloyd's of London 300-year dominance over global maritime insurance by stepping in with U.S.-backed guarantees. And squeezed China's energy lifeline hard. China's scrambling. The UK is on the sidelines watching its influence fade. Iran's regime is cornered and reeling. America is roaring back. Fierce, unstoppable, and firmly in command. This is leadership and strategic genius on a historic scale. Saturday, March 7th, confirmed Trump promises end to income tax. You won't even have to pay it. USA Awakening on Telegram. Saturday, March 7th, RFK just said it. The conspiracy theorists were right all along about everything. Unreal. Boom. Video AMG News. And cue the Storm Rider. Obama literally created one of the worst terrorist groups in history by deploying the Brennan CIA to create ISIS, which splintered into a jihadist group in an attempt to overthrow Assad in a disastrous joint covert operation with the CIA and Saudi Arabia, which resulted in over 500,000 people killed and displacing over 10 million in the U.S. proxy war with Syria.
Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, let's speak about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. That's triggered what analysts are calling it the worst global energy crisis since the 1970s. Charlie, shall I go run and fill up my car of petrol today?
Well, yeah, if you live in the UK or you live in Europe or you live in America, then the price of fuel is going to go up because the Strait of Hormuz has only been shut for any transportation that's to do with America or Israel. The rest of the cargo is being moved very, very quickly through the Straits of Hormuz. But for those people that are linked with America or Israel, they're being stopped. But yes, we are going to see the price of fuel, and we are here in Spain. It's already gone up by 10, 20%, the cost of fuel. And this is all down to very, very silly mistakes that Trump pointed out a long time ago, with especially with Europe, where they become dependent on certain countries. And the truth is, we're going to see a massive change over the next few years, that we won't become so dependent on other countries, because there's an absolute abundance of oil right under our feet. But this whole agenda has been to stop us from extracting it from the earth that God gave us. God gave us everything we need and more besides. But no, they want control of it. They realized that in 1776, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. That's why they changed everything. You only have to do your research to realize that they removed places like Tartaria from the world map because they had discovered free energy. And there's so many things that they'd discovered, but they couldn't make money out of it. So they got rid of it to bring in their own agenda. And they controlled the oil, the gas, and that's where they made their money. And that's all coming to an end. My next story is about what's happening in that same region. And this is that there's a Chinese spy ship called Liu Wang 1 that is off the coast of Oman, just sitting there watching what's going on. There's nothing the US can do about it. Because if they do, it's a provocation of a third world war. And it's just sat there off the coast of Oman, watching real-time intelligence and sending everything back. This is a very, very interesting time, but it's all part of the movie. It's all part of the pantomime. It's all part of the plan. And I can assure you that the plan is going absolutely perfectly. The script was written many years ago. It's been tried and tested. Everything is done. We're just watching it play out. So don't live in fear. Yes, you will have to pay a little bit more for your fuel as part of the movie. We warned you about this before. We've warned you about what's happening before. Are you prepared? Well, now we'll tell, won't we?
Government fraud. Sunday, March 8th, the United States government, under the single greatest criminal organization in American history, over $100 billion in taxpayer money was extorted and funneled to left-wing corporations to build bridges to nowhere during the last 76 days of the Biden-Harris terrorist administration, while the same program allocated only $40 million over the previous 15 years. Every single member of Biden's cabinet, including his White House staff, should be investigated and taken into custody to face charges of bribery, fraud, abuse of power, extortion, racketeering, money laundering, and conspiracy to defraud the United States government and the American people. Sunday, March 8th, Fox News, it turns out the illegal in Pennsylvania that got caught voting in 5 of our presidential elections committed more crimes. She's lived in America for 20 years illegally, casting fraudulent ballots. She stole $259,589 in Section 8 rental assistance benefits, stole $101,257 in Social Security disability benefits, stole $43,348 in SNAP food stamps benefits. She stole an American's identity, a total of roughly $400,000 just in federal benefits stolen from taxpayers just from this one illegal.